So, members, I hope you are now with us. I would like to begin by apologizing sincerely for the late start of the AGM. The Council resolved to combine both a virtual AGM for the members of Nairobi branch together with physical presence for the outgoing and incoming Council members. So allow me to begin by wishing you all a happy Saturday morning, a good morning, and a happy weekend. Welcome to the annual general meeting of the Law Society of Kenya Nairobi branch. We are delighted to be the first body associated with Kenya to be holding a virtual AGM. We know the circumstances that have led us to this, which have been the coronavirus pandemic and the guidelines by the government that have restricted physical meetings. We had the elections of NLSK Nairobi branch third council 3 weeks ago, and we resolved that we needed to quickly organize an AGM so that we can give a report to you, the members, and then hand over to the incoming council. We also are looking forward to the incoming council taking an oath of office, as has become the custom and tradition in the Law Society of Kenya. We are delighted to note the presence here with me on the high table of the outgoing council members. I'll ask each of them to say a word and to greet you, the members, before we proceed to the rest of the agenda. Vice Chair, to my immediate left, Paula Njuguna.
Good morning, members. Thank you for joining us.
And then to my further extreme left, we have our Treasurer, Gad Gathu.
Good morning and welcome to the AGM, and thanks for your support for the previous years.
Immediate right to me is our current Secretary, Helen Namisi.
Good morning, members.
And then to my extreme right is our fundraising secretary, Kate Kariuki.
Good morning, members.
Because of social distancing, we've not fitted all the council members on the front row. And so I will also ask those on the back row to say a word. On my right, Caroline Mudeu, who has been in charge of matters to do with young lawyers and has always been passionate on young lawyer issues. Welcome, Mudeu.
Good morning, members.
And then right behind me, I hope you can see her, that is Rose. And I would ask Rose Wanjala, I would ask her maybe to stand so that she can be seen by the members as she gives a greeting.
Good morning, members. As you're aware, I have been very passionate of the ICT approach to the Law Society of Kenya, and I believe we have achieved it with this first AGM. Welcome.
So thank you, Rose. As she said, she has been the champion of our inaugural Nairobi Legal Innovation and Technology Week, which we had last year in July. She's been the champion in the branch council on technology matters. I'll also give apologies of Wangila Wadiaula, who's one of our council members. Unfortunately, he could not make it to Nairobi to be with us this morning. I also give apology of Catherine Jerry, who has been a Kiambu County representative. She's currently out of the country and she could not make it to be with us physically, but she will be following virtually. I can see Wangila is following virtually as well. Wangila, if you're able to say something to members, you can please give a greeting.
Morning, members. It's nice to see you all. Thank you for being with us during this period, and I hope that we're going to have a good AGM. Asante sana.
Karibu Wangila. So Jerry is mainly hours behind Kenya, and I hope she will join us and also pass her regards. And finally, we have Colbert Ojiambo. So that is the Council of the Law Society of Kenya Nairobi branch that will be presenting its affairs and report to you, the members. We are looking forward to having a very good discussion and then handing over to the new team. Let me also say that we are delighted to have the presence among us, a special guest who has been invited as an act of courtesy and as a tradition of Nairobi branch, the president of the Law Society of Kenya, Mike Duke Nelson Harvey. Please pass a greeting to your members. Not your official speech, but at least some greeting.
Good morning, members.
Good morning.
I'm delighted to be here, and I'm here as member number 1, Nairobi branch. I will be with you the entire day as we deliberate over matters of great concern and towards the progression of the affairs of Nairobi branch. Thank you so much.
So thank you for that, Nelson Harvey. Nelson has been in office for a few months, and I believe also the LSK National Office is exploring the possibility of doing a virtual AGM. Thank you for the support that yourself, your predecessor, Allen Gishuhi, have given to the LSK Nairobi branch in the last 2 years. Allow me also to recognize the presence of the incoming chair of LSK Nairobi branch, Eric Theory. Please at least greet the members. This is the last action of the outgoing council and will soon become the first action of your incoming council.
Good morning, members. Welcome to this AGM. It's a first virtual AGM. We are glad to be coming into a council that is setting pace in terms of progression towards the digital use of technology in terms of this AGM. And of course, we look forward to, in the coming period when we are in office, to push the use of technology in the way we run our offices and run our practice. So thank you so much. Looking forward to this AGM, and of course, we'll be speaking much more after this when we officially take over office. Karibuni sana.
So thank you, Theory. I'll not ask the other people present to greet the members, but I'll recognize some members of the Secretariat. I'll recognize Esther Ngawa, who is the current convener of the CPD committee and has supported us in setting up this AGM. I'll recognize the returning officer of the last branch elections, Felix Odhiambo. Other members of the incoming council will be coming, some of whom are already present. We are keeping social distancing for those of us who are here and complying with government regulations. And we also hope that you, the members, from wherever you're following the AGM, can do so. For those members who have not been able to join, you can assist your colleagues. They have to register on the LSK portal and they immediately receive a link. And once you get onto the link, you can get onto the program. And our staff of the Secretariat are ready, together with the team from LSK Gitanga Road, to assist those with technical hitches. So we hope that the AGM will go on very well. Would like to have an AGM that gives members an opportunity to engage, but at the same time takes good use of time. We've started 30 minutes late, but we hope that matters will progress very well from here. So I'll request that page 7 of the annual report was shared with all of you. Page 7 of the annual report is shown on the screen. Page 7 is the notice of the AGM. So we will very shortly be commencing the AGM. But before we do so, I can see Madam Vice President Caroline Kamende coming in. I've introduced all the senior people present, and I want to thank you for coming and joining us. There is a camera which, if you come on this side, we'll be able just to say hello to the members as you sit, so that they can see you. Thank you very much, Madam Welfare. And I know you have a passion for several issues. Karibu Sana, you also are a great member of Nairobi branch.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
So you can say a greeting to the members who are following.
Good morning, everyone, the President, the outgoing Chair of Nairobi branch, the incoming Chair of Nairobi branch, the incoming Council, and the outgoing Council. Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm honored. And on behalf of the National Council, we undertake and to support the Nairobi branch. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Kamende. Karibu Sana. I don't know whether I acknowledge the presence of the auditor of Nairobi branch. They have supported us and done our accounts for the last 3 or 4 years. So the auditor will be present at the appropriate time to give the accounts. I don't know whether we now have on the screen the notice of the AGM. As we are waiting for it to be placed on the screen, I can make a few comments as we are waiting for the notice of the AGM. For me, as the outgoing chair and also the inaugural chair, it has been really a great privilege and pleasure to serve you, the members, setting up Nairobi branch, which is a branch with tremendous potential that is recognized under the Law Society of Kenya Act of 2014. The branches under Section 24 of the Law Society of Kenya Act have been given 3 key mandates, the first of which is to deal with matters of practice involving the members in that local area where the branch operates. So Nairobi branch covers 2 counties. It covers Nairobi County and Kiambu County. And for Kiambu County, we have 2 chapters. We have Thika chapter, which covers 3 practice centers, that is Thika town itself, Roiro and Gatundu. And then we have Kiambu chapter, which covers 4 practice centers, that is Kiambu town itself, Limuru, Githunguri, and Kikuyu towns. So we've had a very good team, or very good teams in our chapters. They have helped us to take care of practice matters in their best practices. And then the Nairobi Branch Council has been handling practice matters for lawyers practicing in Nairobi. It has been a great privilege for myself, and I think also for my vice chair, who has been a very good and strong support. For the entire 4 years, we have been part of the inaugural team, together with Treasurer Gad Gathu, who has also served for 4 years, and the rest of the council joined us 2 years ago. We've been a fantastic council. The second thing I would say is that we've also been given the mandate as the branch to deal with welfare matters. So matters touching on welfare. Caroline Kamende is very passionate about welfare, and we are delighted she's come on board, because this mandate of practice and welfare is not an exclusive mandate of the branch. They are mandates that the branch has, but they are shared with the national office. And so our job is to handle matters at the local level, but coordinate with the LSK, SACCO, and other welfare agencies within LSK as well as without. So those have been 2 key mandates of Nairobi branch. The third key mandate under Section 24 is to get our members together, to get them to participate in LSK activities, to get them to communicate any concerns that they have to LSK national office, that is located at Gitanga Road. Sometimes I call it LSK Gitanga Road or LSK National to distinguish from LSK Nairobi branch. So those are the three statutory mandates of the branch. And when we came into office, our agenda was to build on those three mandates: practice matters, welfare issues, member participation, as well as to set up a robust and effective secretariat. And so we have a secretariat that is led by Program Manager Wendy Muganda. It has two other program officers, that is Edward and Alex. And then we have an admin officer and a number of interns who are lawyers. In total, in our secretariat, we have 8 lawyers, 3 who are permanent, 5 who are interns. And we are growing from strength to strength. So we have engaged several stakeholders, including the judiciary. Now that the agenda is up on the screen, allow me to ask members to turn your attention to the agenda. We are now formally beginning the AGM, and I will request the Secretary of the Council, Helen Namisi, to read out word for word the notice convening the AGM.
Notice is hereby given that the Law Society of Kenya NLSK Nairobi branch will hold its annual general meeting virtually on Saturday, 6th June 2020 at 10 a.m. via an online platform whose details will be communicated in due course. The agenda for the AGM shall be as follows. 1. Notice convening the meeting. 2. Introduction of council members. 3. Silence in tribute to members departed. 4. Confirmation of the minutes of the last AGM held on 24th May 2019 at the Ceremonial Hall, Milimani Law Courts. 5. The 2019 annual report of the LSK Nairobi branch. 6. Presentation of financial statements and auditor's report for the financial year 2019. 7. Appointment of branch auditors. 8. Any other business which may be admitted. 9. Inauguration and handover to incoming council. By order of the council, Charles Kanjama, branch chair.
Thank you. So with that, the meeting has begun. Allow me to request Wendy Muganda to come and say a brief prayer so that we can ask the Almighty God to be with us as we proceed with the meeting.
Let us all bow down to pray. Our kind and loving Master in heaven, we thank you for today and the gift of life. We thank you for this meeting right now. Be with us, strengthen us, and help us achieve what we intend to do today. And bless all those who are on their way. And even as we depart this meeting, let depart knowing that your presence was with us during the entire meeting. We pray this, trusting and believing in Jesus' name.
Amen. So thank you, Wendy. And to those who have already joined us, we currently have more than 500 members following on virtual means. Karibuni sana. We had already introduced the council members as we were waiting to start the meeting informally, but I will do it now very quickly. Vice Chair Paula Njuguna on my immediate left, and then you have our Treasurer Gad Gathu on my extreme left, Helen Namisi, our Secretary on my immediate right, and then you have Kate Kadioki, our fundraising secretary on my extreme right, and behind me you have Caroline Mudeu in charge of young lawyers issues, and then you have behind me Rose Wanjala, who is in charge of ICT and communication in the branch. So karibuni sana. I'll now request that each of us, because we're in different places, we could rise or we could remain seated to pay tribute to those members of LSK Nairobi branch. A minute silence for those who have departed. Dear Lord, we ask that the souls of the lawyers departed in the last 1 year may rest in peace. Amen. So the next agenda item, agenda number 4, is confirmation of the minutes of the last AGM held on 24th May 2019 at the ceremonial hall, Milimani Law Courts. At that time, the members who are present were much fewer than we had today. The minutes of the last AGM are found in the annual report, which has been shared with you, the members, and which I will request to be projected on the screen. They are found from page 44 to page 49. I'll now call upon Madam. So I'll request that Madam Vice Chair takes us through the minutes of the last AGM. We were having a brief consultation about whether we formally need to adopt the agenda, and my view was that we had already adopted the agenda when we read the notice convening the meeting. So let me formally note that the agenda of the meeting is as it appears in the AGM notice circulated 3 weeks ago and in accordance with the charter of NLSK Nairobi branch. I now call upon Madam Vice Chair Paula Njuguna to take us through the minutes from page 44 to 47. Before she does so, to 49, before she does so, let me inform members that once she has taken us through the minutes, you'll have an opportunity to make contributions on the contents of the minutes. You can do so by raising your hand on the platform, and you will be selected by our team, or you can also do so by asking a question on the platform. And if you ask a question on the platform, then we will select some questions and respond to them. In the event any member has a point of order, you can make a private communication to the chair, and our team will at the appropriate time allow you to raise your point of order. So Madam Vice Chair, please take us through, in summary, the minutes of the last AGM, and then our members can raise anything that requires correction.
Once again, members, I want to welcome you to this meeting. These are the minutes of the annual general meeting of the Law Society of Kenya Nairobi branch, held on the 24th of May 2019 at the ceremonial hall, Milimani Law Courts, Nairobi at 2:30 p.m. We had 39 members who were present. Minute 1, the meeting commenced at 2:30 with brief address by the chair of the Law Society of Kenya Nairobi branch. He encouraged members to continue participating in the activities of the Law Society of Kenya Nairobi branch. Minute 2, there was introduction of the council members present, who introduced themselves and were welcomed to the meeting. Minute 3, there was a moment of silence in tribute of members departed. Minute 4, confirmation of the minutes of the last AGM and matters arising. Minute 5, annual report of the branch for 2017, year 2017 and year 2018 was presented to the members by the Vice Chair. Minute 5.2, the report is summarized as follows. The branch secretariat expanded in August 2018 to include 3 program officers, 2 program assistants and interns. The branch office was set up and officially opened on 14th December 2018 at the Lower Hill Duplex, suite number 15 on the Upper Hill Road. Branch engagements, the report was presented. There were engagements with the judiciary, with the Director of Public Prosecutions, DCI, the Office of the Attorney General, and other stakeholders. Minute 5.3, chapter reports. The chair was invited Ms. Njeri Ngunjiri to present the report on Thika chapter. She also presented the report on Kiambu chapter. Ms. Beth Mwangi, the chair of Kiambu chapter, commended the report on Thika chapter and informed members that Kiambu chapter had already held elections for various council positions. Matters arising from the annual report 2018-2019, minute 5.4, minute 5.5, adoption of the annual report. Minute 6, annual financial statements of the branch and auditor's report were presented. Minute 7, appointment of branch auditor. It was resolved to retain the current financial auditor due to affordability. Minute 8, branch charter. It was resolved to adopt the branch charter subject to incorporation or proposed amendments. Minute 9, any other business was discussed. The chair finally urged members to participate in branch activities, and the meeting ended at 5:10. Vote and prayer from the Secretary, Helen Namisi.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair Paula. I'll now request members, if there is any correction to the minutes on page 44, if there's any correction to the minutes on page 44, you can point it out either by raising your hand or by recording on the Zoom platform. Any correction on page 44? That is minute 1 and 2. I take it there is none. Any correction on page 45? Minute 3, 4, and minute 5 of the AGM. Any correction? Accuracy? I take it there is none. We go to page 46 and 47. That is still minute 5 and minute 6. Again, is there any correction on the question of accuracy of the minutes? I take it there is none. There is a point.
Sorry, Chair, to check on back to page 45. This is minute 4. On branch charter, minutes were proposed for adoption by Gilbert King and seconded by Zach Odegi. The name Zach there is not properly spelled. It is Z-A-C-K, not Z-A-C-H.
Okay, so we've got a correction on minute number 4. The last sentence, the name should be Zach Odegi with a K. And I think that might also affect yes, it appears correct on the list of members present. So it is misspelled only on page 45. So that is a point taken. There's another proposed correction by Colin.
Yeah, on page 46, page 5.3.2, the name Lois Mirango has been misspelled. Lois should be L-O-I-S-E.
Okay, so on page 46, towards the bottom, minute 5.3.2, Lois should be spelled without the U. Is the E part of the name, L-O-I-S-E? So that is a correction from Colin Warutere. The previous correction was from Felix Odiambo. Any other correction from either the members present physically or those following virtually? I don't see any. Maybe there's nobody who has raised their hands. So I assume that there are no other corrections.
Is the AGM on 24th or 25th? Because I can see 24th and then 25th.
So the AGM was held on 24th of May, and that means there needs to be a correction in the minute numbering. Minute number 4, 5, and 6, they mentioned 25th of May, including minute number 7. So those are corrections that can be adopted. Any other correction? And Madam, your name is Julia?
Washira.
Julia?
Washira.
Washira. So Julia Washira has recommended those corrections. Any other correction on page 48 and 49 of the minutes? Not seeing any correction, I now request that the minutes be adopted and then they can be opened for discussion. There is a point from Felix.
Page 48.
Page 48.
That is minute 8. The last sentence of minute 8. The charter was proposed for adoption by Theo Zach, the same name.
Yes, so the name of Zach has again been misspelled in minute number 8. My sincere apologies to members for these spelling errors. I think we can correct that one. Any other suggestion for correction of the minutes from those present physically, from those present virtually? I'm taking it that there are none. So I now request members that we have a proposer and seconder for adoption of the minutes, after which we can discuss the matters arising from the minutes, if any. So any of you who would like to propose the minutes, if you are not physically present, you can raise your hand. If you are physically present, you can also raise your hand, but in a different way. And we need to capture the name of anyone who's recommending the minutes for adoption. So do we have anyone proposing the minutes for adoption? I think we had we need a proposer and a seconder.
Chair, I propose the minutes.
Very well.
I
So
note that I was in attendance, and I think it's only those who are in attendance who can
propose.
I propose the adoption of the minutes.
Thank you. Eric Theory has proposed the minutes for adoption. Can we have a seconder? Felix Odiambo has seconded the minutes correction. And I'll now request our technical team to put up the question for members to whether to support the adoption, the information of the minutes with the corrections. By indicating whether they support the adoption of the minutes. So this is one of the good things about technology. We can take a vote instantly as the meeting proceeds. The current CEO of NLSK, Mercy Wambua, is not present physically, but I know she remembers how she's had to walk with her team and count hands one by one in our physical AGMs of NLSK. So technology has its challenges, but it also has its benefits. So I'm hoping that members have been able to indicate whether they are supporting adoption of the minutes. I think I'll also ask the members present who cannot vote physically to indicate whether they support adoption of the minutes by show of hands. Members present, before we see the results of those who have voted. Do you support adoption of the minutes? So those in the meeting do. Can we now see the results from the members who are following virtually? What are the results?
%, yes.
Oh, we have our first vote, 100% yes. How many voted?
331.
331. So thank you, members, for accepting to have the minutes adopted. And now we'll have a few minutes to deal with questions or points that may be raised, matters arising on the minutes of last year. So any member, and I will begin by giving priority to those who are following virtually. Any member who would like to raise a point, please raise your hand and you will be selected to make a contribution. Any member?
Mr. Chair, we have several.
Okay, so with Alex, please select. Alex, you can assist in that process. So the first person you're selecting is?
All right, there's a member who's connected to his phone. He hasn't given his name. He's asking, why did last year simply refer to contributors as yet we were asked to announce our names and make interventions? The rapporteur should be names. This is a point of information.
Okay, very well. So we have the name of the member who's given that contribution. I think that's a very good comment. And allow me to request that as we continue with this engagement today, please indicate your name. For those who have logged in with their full names, we'll be able to capture them from the platform. But for those who have logged in with the name iPhone or Samsung, then please indicate your name when you make a contribution. So that is a contribution. We can take another contribution. Okay, I've seen a contribution from Mercy Wambua, which because she's the vice chair, I think it's important that the CEO is important that we read it. Unfortunately, I cannot capture it on my machine. Can someone read the contribution of Mercy Wambua?
Mercy Wambua says, Mr. Chairman, congratulations to you and your council for the good job you have done.
Thank you, Mercy. You've been a great support to the branch, and we would not have reached where we have without your support for the last 4 years. So thank you so much. Another contribution?
From Brenda Mwalimu, she's asking, thought we were 500 attendees. What is the quorum for votes?
So long as you have some members voting, I think that is sufficient. With these polls, they are not mandatory, so some members might actually skip voting, but we count those who have voted. So we are happy that all 500 are present, and we appreciate those who voted. We encourage all the members to participate in the polls.
They keep voting, so they're now at 406 who have voted.
Okay, so
we keep running until we end.
Okay, so I'm told that the voting is going on, but because we already adopted we had treated the minutes as adopted, we can now close that particular poll. But 400 have voted. Ibrahim Kito has also said, "This is great, Chairman. Thank the job you've done. Kudos to the team." Thank you, Kito. Is there anyone who wants to make an oral communication? You can raise your hand on the panel. Aluso Eileen Ngati, Anna Konuche. So there are several comments coming in that members you can read for yourselves. Is there anyone who wants to make an oral contribution? Clinton Muntui says the video and sound quality is not perfect, but we'll keep trying to improve on it as we proceed. Any oral contribution? Felix here would like to make an oral contribution. Felix, proceed.
Thanks, Chair. I would just propose that going forward, rather than just mention that we are paying tribute to departed members, we could perhaps have the names of departed members in included in the report.
Okay, very well. That's a very good suggestion. I think we'll need to coordinate with the NLSK National Office to ensure we always get the full list of departed members. That's a very good contribution. Any other contribution before we move to the next agenda item? So I'm taking it that there are no further contributions. So with that, we will close agenda item number 4, which was on the minutes and the matters arising. We'll now come to present our report for the year 2019. This is agenda item number 5, the 2019 annual report of LSK Nairobi branch. Together with the report for 2019, because we're in the month of June, the council decided to also give some updates about what has happened between January and April or May of 2020, so that we can bring you up to speed. Although start, we are required to be presenting our report of 2020. I now call upon branch, Helen Namisi, to take us maybe for 5 minutes through the annual report. She's not going to read it. The report was shared with you, the members. It will also be shared on the screen, so she'll just highlight a few matters for maximum 5 minutes. Then we can adopt the report and discuss the content. So, welcome.
So the report of the LSK Nairobi for 2020 is found at page 8, all the way to page 34. As the chair said, I will simply summarize. Part B of the report deals with the council members who have already been introduced to you. Part C deals with the council meetings. D is the branch secretariat, the location of the branch, and the secretariat staff that we have at the moment. D3 deals with communication. We have various modes of communication with our members, the website, the social media, bulk email, and bulk SMS. We have the weekly newsletter that goes out every Tuesday, and the Wakili magazine. The 3rd issue came out yesterday, or the day before yesterday. And then we have the mobile SOS application that was launched during this COVID period. Part E deals with the AGM that we have already talked about, the AGM of 2019. Part F deals with the branch strategic plan for the year 2017 to 2022. And in line with that, we have Part G that deals with the council achievements in the period 2018 to 2020. I will not read each and every one of those, that members can read on their own. And Part H, the branch engagement with key stakeholders. I will highlight just a few of these. We had an engagement with the Registrar of the High Court on 12th February 2019. We have engaged with the Financial Services Strategy. That was in February 2019. We have engaged with the Women on Boards Network, the Deputy Solicitor General. We had a validation workshop on the strategic plan and registry manual for the ELRC. We have stakeholder engagement on publication and resolution of succession matters. We had draft guidelines on anti-money laundering and countering the financing of terrorism forum in April 2019, and subsequently some guidelines on 12th July 2019. Kiambu chapter held its elections on May 9th, 2019. The branch council has been able to visit various chapters. Kiambu chapter visit was on the 28th of June 2019, which included the practice centers of Kikuyu, Limuru, Githunguri. Then we also had a visit to Thika, which was organized by the National Office on the 8th of July 2019. Excuse me. Following the Justice Cup on the 27th of July, there was a get-together for the branch members. And then the BRS workshop organized by the World Bank on the 31st of July 2019. We have also paid courtesy calls to various law courts within our jurisdiction, Kibera, JKIA. Lands Consultative Forum in September 2019. Courtesy call on the Chief Magistrate, Milimani Law Court, September 2019. And then a council visit to the chapter, Thika chapter on the 27th of September 2019. Various bar bench consultative forums and meetings. Another meeting with the Solicitor General on the 18th of October 2019. With the High Court in October 2019. Meeting with the various registrars of the High Court divisions. We've engaged in talks with the NLSK SACCO, and we are glad to announce that we have some collaboration with them. We have also been represented at Alternatives to Imprisonment training that was held in November. Once again, another courtesy call on the Chief Milimani, 28th April 2019. Sorry, November 2019. And then briefly, 2020 updates. 21st of January, we held a branch chapters and conveners planning seminar. And then we had the digital skills training for lawyers on the 30th of January 2020. A courtesy call on the Chief Magistrate Makadara Law Courts on the 31st of January. And the Nairobi representatives debate on the 17th of February 2020, and the presidential debate on the 24th of February 2020. Part I, branch committee engagements. So we have various bar bench committees. We have council committees that are convened by council members, as you can see at part 1. 2 bar bench committees, various bar bench committees that during this period, we have noticed quite a number of our members have joined, and we encourage that, and your participation as well is welcome and appreciated. We have tribunal committees, we have liaison committees, we have special committees, and the various achievements of these committees are highlighted from page 16 all the way to page 20. You can read through and see the various activities that each bar bench committee has engaged in, and some of the achievements that they have been able to see within this period. Part J, again, talks about the bar bench programs, the various programs. First one is the bar bench program. Each bar bench committee has key performance indicators, the KPIs, which are highlighted, which include the quarterly meetings, membership, dissemination of information, and Inns of Court. Before the COVID period, it was agreed that every division would have Inns of Court on a rotational basis. Of course, even now we are still aiming to that. Now that we have the digital platforms, we can do that. Then we have more information on the Inns of Court at Chapter 23 that have been held over the 2019 period. Then page 24 talks about the commercial practice program, the commercial practice liaison committee meetings, and the development of commercial practice notes. At part 3, we have the social and welfare program. The first being the welfare initiatives, that is the internal resolution, the member saving and investments, which is a partnership with the NLSK SACCO, and then improvements of lawyer-police relations, and various branch. 5, the company secretarial certification for advocates, partnership with Bountiful Safaris, partnership with the Alumni Club, the quarterly luncheons that we had year 2020. We have several social initiatives that were conducted in the year 2019, starting with the quiz nights. Then we had the inaugural LSK Nairobi branch sports day, which incorporated an inter-branch football match. You will notice from the teams from the judiciary. We encourage our members to participate in the 2 barbecues held in the year 2019. Mentorship we have various aspects of the mentorship program, the first being the one-on-one mentorship, then mentorship forum, the last one which was scheduled for the 17th of March, but unfortunately was postponed because of the pandemic. We have the mentorship video podcasts. We have developed young lawyers mentorship guidelines, and we have also developed a mentorship general code of conduct. Part 5, law reform and devolution program. You can read more about the committee meetings as well as the review of legislation and devolution matters. Training programs, the branch has partnered with various organizations, institutions, and law firms to conduct training programs over the year. The mediation training that is in collaboration with the Mediation Training Institute. Law firm management series that was held in partnership with ALN Academy. Oil and gas series that began this year in collaboration with Ashitiva Advocates LLP. The trial advocacy training in collaboration with the Trial Advocacy Training Institute. The legal audit and compliance in collaboration with the Kenya School of Law, which is an ongoing engagement. The conveyancing series that was held in collaboration months, also in Hani LLP. The in-house counsel's training, that was organized by the in-house counsel's committee of NLSK National. The tax series, the last one was held yesterday. Commercial contracts drafting masterclass in conjunction with OK Law Advocates LLP. And ICT trainings that have been held in partnership with Google. 7. The 7th program we have is the Nairobi Legal Awards. We've had 2 so far. The 3rd was to be scheduled this year, but unfortunately due to the pandemic had to be postponed. We had several categories of winners that you can see at page 29 to 30. Then we have the Legal Tech and Innovation Program. The inaugural Legal Tech and Innovation Week was held last year from the 3rd to the 5th of July. There were also various winners, and the winners are at the bottom of page 30. The 9th program we have is the Legal Aid Program. This is basically being set up to offer legal aid as a standing program of the Law Society of Kenya Nairobi branch. And we have recently set up the Legal Aid Fund to facilitate this program. Okay, the challenges and measures to resolve them. First challenge we have encountered is membership participation, in that members, the turnout of members at some of the activities is not good as expected. And we encourage more members to participate. Currently, we have been allowed to issue 1 CPD point during the branch AGMs, which we hope will increase member participation as well. And we're happy to note that it has indeed increased the number of members participating at this AGM. Fundraising. So the key sources of income for the NLSK, from the NLSK National Office include the annual grant, the Devolution Fund, and Equalization Fund. However, we have faced challenges in fundraising for some of our major programs, and we are working on this strategy to be able to achieve more in 2020. Then the Nairobi branch elections 2020 were held on the 13th and the 14th of May. You can see the timelines and the mock election and the election communication at page 32. And the incoming council will take office at the end of this meeting. There was an independent elections committee that comprised of Njeri Ngujiri, Catherine Kariuki, Nzamba Kitonga, Felix Odhiambo and Wendy Muganda. And we thank them very much for their volunteering and commitment to the cause. The newly elected candidates are at, newly elected members of the council are at page 34. At part M, we wish to extend our sincere gratitude to the following who have supported us through the year. First and foremost, to all our members of Nairobi and Kiambu counties, the law firms that have supported us. Indeed, we couldn't be here without your support and your encouragement. So the law firms and organizations that have supported us in the year 2019, Ashitiva Advocates LLP. Sorry, so the list is at page 34, and that is the end of the report.
Thank you very much, Helen, for presenting the principal report of Nairobi branch and noting that we have 2 chapters in Kiambu County, that is the Thika chapter and the Kiambu chapter. Members should also note that when you look at the NLSK Act of 2014, there are some counties that do not appear anywhere in the list of branches. So the branch chairs caucus sat down and assigned those counties to different branches. Garissa County was assigned to Southeastern branch of NLSK. And because most lawyers who practice in Wajir and Mandera come from Nairobi branch, we were given the job of taking care of Wajir and Mandera counties. And I'm hoping that the new council will take up this initiative. And then some of the other counties from the northern part of Kenya were given to Mount Kenya and North branch. So we now have the chapter reports. They go from page 35 to page 37. Our Kiambu County representative, Catherine Jerry, is currently not with us. She's not in the country, so I've requested Catherine Kariuki. They have a similar name to take us through the chapter reports. And what Nairobi branch does is mainly to coordinate and to support and to empower the branches, the chapters under Nairobi branch. So Catherine Kariuki, please take us through the chapter reports.
Good morning, members. For the chapter report, as Mr. Chair has mentioned, the branch currently has 2 chapters, that is Thika and Kiambu. And each chapter has practice centers. So for Kiambu chapter, the practice centers are Kiambu, Githunguri, Kikuyu, and Limuru. And for Thika chapter, the practice centers are Ruiru and Gatondo. And Thika itself, yes, and Thika itself. So for the Kiambu chapter, it was established in May 2019, and basically they call themselves the Kiambu Bar Association. And it has over 70 members, mostly from the Limuru, Kikuyu, and Githunguri practice centers. And the executive committee consists of mainly Beth Mwangi and as a vice chair, Collins Rutere as the Secretary General, Lois Jirambo as the Treasurer, and John Joguna as the Organizing Secretary. Then the other elected representatives from the various stations in Kiambu are listed. Therein, Catherine Kinyandui, who is the Kikuyu representative, Regina Mohomo, who is the Limuru representative, and John Gikenye, who is the Githunguri representative. In terms of the events and the meetings that occurred in the course of last year, 2019, they held the Kiambu Bar Bench Dinner, which was held on 31st May, and over 70 outlets from Limuru, Thika, Kikuyu, and Limuru, and Githunguri were in attendance. Then they held the Kiambu Bar Bench meetings. So that one was a dinner. Then they held meetings, various meetings on various dates, including 8th, 7th November, and 25th November. They've also had the Kiambu Bar Association and Executive meeting. They've held 9 meetings since July last year, and the meetings are listed there. So some of a summary of the issues that have been discussed in the various meetings that are listed therein are also listed there, including masquerading issues, which I think was a prevalent issue in the course of last year that NLSK was grappling with. The office for the chapter, the end of year party, and also the missing files in courts, verification of sureties, pleas, succession matters, mediation in court, they're listed there. So on the issue of masquerading and fake law firms, which I think members are aware of what was happening in the course of last year, the chapter coordinated in collaboration with the national office as well as the branch office, and they appreciate the support of the CEO of the Law Society of Kenya, itself, the national office itself. On 28 October 2019, there was an arrest in Yogori Law as rated, as you can see the details there, and there is a current ongoing case. They all participated in the legal service week here. The event was officially launched on the 20th October 2019 by Honorable Justice Lady Senior being judge in together with Honorable Patricia Bishohi, the Chief Station of Kiambu Law Court. When it comes to CR, we've been participating the CSS on 10th December 2019. The Wasana Children's Home in Githunguri as part of their annual CSR. They had the end of dinner on 20th December 2019. That is for the Kiambu chapter. So in the Thika chapter, the members of of Thika and rural practice areas, and the current officials who were elected in 2018 are Ishmael, who is the chair, Norman Otieno, who is the vice chair, Esther Kenya, who is the secretary, Lisbeth Musioka, who is the secretary, Daniel Gashao, who is the organizing secretary, and Crispus Kani Kiruchi, who is the treasurer. In terms of their events and activities last year, is the construction and the of the ELC court last year. The members agreed to have the court fenced and also construct judges' cache. A period of 1 month in the course of July 2019. The like on that participated in construction, which was in August here, as listed there, and that's before the official launch of by the here. Then they CUC users committee meetings, the meeting of September 2019. They also had the legal awareness week and participated from 28 October to 1st November. They also had the LC meeting on 17th October 2019. And they've also participated in the Thika local civil expansion.
Thank you, Kid on Kiambu and Thika chapters. The last report part of the Nairobi branch is a report focus of branch chairs is recognized Regulation 4 of the Law Society of Kenya General Regulations. This is the equivalent of the Council of Governors for LSK. So we have 8 branches in LSK, and the branch chair meet together so that they can support the work of individual branches. Their role to coordinate matters of practice and welfare of their local also to coordinate with NLSK national office while maintaining unity. So there you have the caucus report. We have listed the branch chairs. There are a caucus secretariat which I have posted in my office, but is now moving to the Nairobi branch office. The caucus has had several meetings with the Chief Justice, caucus members, with the Society of Council, with the Advocates Benevolent Association, Judicial Service Commission, Judicial Training Institute, ELS, and so on. So it has been a very busy year for the caucus. And what the caucus does is to try and make matters that are direct affecting this effective. So on page 39, the key achievements of the caucus in dealing with the judiciary in the inter-branch activities. One of the things that was agreed by the caucus is to encourage lawyers from different branches to interact with each other to start having inter-branch activities. So in 2019, we paired the branches and they were asked to have inter-branch sports. So you can see Southeastern, that is headquartered in Machakos, had an activity with the Coast branch that is headquartered in Mombasa on 27th April. Rift Valley, whose headquarters is Nakuru, had an activity with North Rift, whose headquarters is Eldoret. And then Mount Kenya, whose current headquarters is Meru, had an activity with Nairobi branch. I think one of the things we do as the caucus is to benchmark so that each branch chair can learn from what other branches are doing and share experiences. We've partnered with other stakeholders. We've managed to now work with the NLSK national office to get a CPD point for members who attend branch AGM plus possibly one event. So for Nairobi branch, you need to attend the AGM, and then in our annual calendar, there are a list of other events. You attend just one other event that is accredited. Those are the CPD events, and you get the 1 point. Then we've indicated the funding approach that we've decided to take. That report ends on page 40. So the annual report of NLSK Nairobi branch, including the report of Thika and Kiambu chapters, including the report of the branch chairs caucus, which reports to the branches, is from page 8 to page 40. So that we can now open the floor for contributions and discussions, I'll request we first have someone to propose and second adoption of the minutes, after which we can adopt the report, after which we can discuss the contents of the report, make contributions, and then the members of the council will be here present so that we can respond to any observations. So I would request either virtual, physically, anyone who would recommend the adoption of the report. Proposer. Is there a proposer? Can I have a proposer, maybe from one of the people present?
Propose.
Okay, so Paula Njuguna has proposed the report for adoption. Can we have a seconder? Okay, so Kate has seconded. I have seen that there are some comments that there's an echo. I'm requesting those who are present, if you connect onto the platform, please do not turn on your voice, because that may be one of the reasons why there's an echo. So if you are present here and you connect also digitally to the platform, you need to ensure you don't turn on the audio to avoid an echo. So now the question has been put up, the poll. Please put up the poll for the report, for adoption of the report. And I'll give members 1 minute to vote on this issue. I request you vote on the question of whether we can adopt the report so that we then proceed to discuss the contents. Let me also mention to the members that the annual report, there is a digital version which was shared with you, but the people who are physically present also have a physical version. There are some pictures that you can be looking at from page 41 to 43. These are just some of the things that have happened in the branch in the last 1 year. So has the poll come up? So we are waiting for all to come up. And as that is coming up, I encourage members to continue reviewing the contents of the report. It's actually a rather detailed report. There's a lot of information that is also available on our website. That is www.nairobilaw.or.ke. So this information is also on our website. We encourage you to visit it from time to time. All lawyers who register with the Law Society of Kenya, and when taking out a practicing certificate, indicate their place of practice as somewhere within Nairobi and Kiambu counties, are members of NLSK Nairobi branch. Currently, we have more than 7,000 members. So NLSK Nairobi branch is the largest branch of the Law Society of Kenya. We are actually more than 70% of all lawyers in Kenya. And we have always felt that we have a lot of opportunity to increase member participation. We have bar bench committees for every division of the High Court, for the Court of Appeal, and now we also have for the Supreme Court, for the magistrates, we have for tribunals. Would encourage members, especially as the new team is coming in, because they are going to reconstitute the committees, please express your interest to serve in these bar bench committees. We have liaison committees also for those who are commercial law practitioners. We have liaison committees that deal with the business registration service or companies registry. We have one that deals with the lands registry for Nairobi. We have one that deals with KRA on tax matters, and one that deals with Kenya Industrial Property Institute or KIPI on intellectual property matters. So we have several committees. We have numerous events, as you've seen, including inns of court, including trainings. So members will find that the infrastructure is available to accommodate your interests. We also welcome suggestions for new events or initiatives that we can have as NLSK Nairobi branch. And there's a lot of work that the incoming team, I'm sure, will be up to the task. We're still waiting for the opinion poll. Maybe as we wait for the opinion poll, we can start reviewing some of the feedback that is coming from members.
Homes as TV shows and movies from around the world. For one low price. No extra fees. Because right where you left off.
As we continue waiting for the pop-up, I could also give a comment about the system as a country, and that is on the question of upscaling of legal services, both at the judiciary and at the Ministry of Lands. The first thing I would like to say is that there's going to be a meeting next week on Thursday with the principal judge of the High Court, as well as the presiding judges of all the to discuss the Ministry of Health report and to try and agree on the measures for upscaling of court processes. I can see now the opinion poll question has come up. So members, you have 1 minute to vote on that plan, or should adopt the Nairobi branch annual report. As we proceed, let me also say that we have also received the MOH, or Ministry of Health report, for the Milimani Commercial Courts, which accommodates the magistrates courts, Nairobi civil magistrates courts, as well as the employment and labor relations. That one will also be discussed fully within, so that we have gradual reopening of the courts in Nairobi, similar in Kia County. We've also been engaging the Ministry of Lands in Nairobi, the gradual. The registries are now open and members can actually proceed with their land transactions. We've also engaged the chiefs recently to try and get a coordinated approach to upscaling of tribunals, rent tribunal, business premises rent tribunal, environment tribunal, other tribunals. So this is work that we are in. We've been aware that our members have been hard hit effects of coronavirus, in particular directives of government and the directives of the judiciary and the Ministry of Lands. So we've been working hard to try and get the situation to upscale, even as we uphold the social distancing. Members, you can continue voting, and now we can have a readout of the voting results.
Do I enter the voting?
So we have now concluded the voting on motion agenda number 5, and I'll ask for a readout of the result.
%98 yes, no 2%.
So thank you, members. We have overwhelming support for the adoption of the report. So as the chair of the meeting, I now consult the report. I'll open the floor or the panel now for questions, comments, contributions from members. We can take at least 10 if we can get up to 10 contributions on the motion. And I'll also ask our technical team to do a readout of some of the comments that have been made on the platform. Can we have some of the comments coming in? If there's anyone who would like to raise their hand among those who are following digitally, you'll get a chance to speak. Please do so now. And can we also have Alex, maybe you can read out some of the comments.
There was a comment by Danson on the annual report. It stated that Kiambu chapter has 4 practice centers, although Kiambu has been left out.
So in one of the pages of the annual report, Kiambu may have been omitted, but in the chapter report, Kiambu has been mentioned. So that was just an oversight in one of the parts of the report. But on page 35, we've made it clear that Kiambu is one of the practice centers. In fact, it's the major practice center within Kiambu chapter. And is a practice center that has High Court facilities together with several magistrates' courts. There is a comment from someone who's physically present. Aluso Ingati. Welcome, Aluso. Please make your comment. Aluso, as you know, is a council member of the Law Society of Kenya.
Thank you, Chair. So my question is with regards to Wajir and Garissa. You have informed us that Nairobi branch has been assigned to deal with the tools. Yes, sorry, Wajir and Mandera, on the basis that most of the practitioners there are principally members of Nairobi branch. So how does that work, or rather, what is the plan in terms of handling Wajir and Mandera? Is it like, do we have a physical officer, or what is the plan? And then number 2, this has been, I think it's I'm really concerned, but I have raised this issue through the Law Reform Committee at the National Office in the past council, and I still think it's an important issue. Now, Ngong and Yomachalongai practitioners are currently under Southeastern branch, and logistically, it does not make sense for them to be a part of Southeastern. I still think it should be a part of Nairobi branch because of the geographical locations of the 2 areas. So maybe if the branch can pick this up formally and say to act in the same or an internal arrangement can be made like the way we've done for Wajir and Mandera. Okay, so there are 2 comments by Aluso. What are the arrangements for Wajir and Mandera? Second, Ngong and Ongata Rongai, which are currently under Southeastern branch. I'd like to take all the comments so that we can deal with them at the same time and move faster that way. Any other comment or question? Yes, Alex, you'd like to say something?
I will raise a comment by Mr. Casimir Obiero.
Mr. Obiero?
He says a lot more ought to be done in as much as member participation in branch activities is concerned. What could be making members shy away, for instance, in the virtual branch elections, which was poorly attended, which was poorly to is being a virtual election.
So Obiero asks what can make more members attend our activities, including the virtual elections. So that is an interesting point. We'll deal with that. Any other comment or question? You can raise the matter. So I think I can also see there is a comment from Mercy Karevi saying on assigning unlisted counties, that is a step in the right direction. However, the end game should be to amend the NLSK Act so as to give those regions autonomy. There is a comment from Lynn Mushira saying, Kanjama and team, good work. A detailed report in good, clear, and complicated grammar. We'll miss your leadership. We'll miss you too. Inter-branch activities between Nairobi branch and Mount Kenya was well organized. That was a well-done job. Relevant and timely initiatives steered. Congratulations to the team. I noticed that is from Rebecca Wangui. From Majimbo Georgiadis, I noticed that a report has been given of activities of the branch since January 2020, and correctly so. Nothing touched on welfare of members. I understand that welfare is one of the key mandates of the branch. It will be crucial if members of the plenary are informed if there are any cogent plans by the branch to address welfare issues. during COVID good, genuine and relevant. Then there is a concern from Akusala Boniface. How are we handling filing and disposal of certificates of urgency? They are taking days or even weeks. So what are we doing about those? So those are some of the concerns that we've raised. I've not seen whether anyone has raised their hand, but thank you members for all the input that you've given. There is also Galaxy A2 Core. Please tell us your name. And the comment is, earlier this week, it was reported that a remandee at Nairobi Remand Prison was infected with coronavirus. Inmates incarcerated in that facility lack social distancing. This is a question about Nairobi Remand Prison. And the issue is that COVID-19 is going to be affected. Accused persons charged with crimes punishable by less than 6 months should not be detained. So crimes of less than 6 months, that's a genuine point. Then I'm waiting to see whether I can mention one final comment before. That was Charles Hamala. That was Charles Hamala. Charles Hamala has always been a very faithful participant in our activities. Thank you, Charles. From Derek, this is trend setting on holding general meetings and the recent virtual elections. Also, as a participant in some of the activities in the period, I have to say kudos to the chair and council for the 2 years you have been in leadership. Thank you very much, Derek. There is another Galaxy. Galaxy, please tell us your name. Will the branch council revisit the pending issues in regards to land transactions, including valuations and registration? So we'll deal with that issue. Clinton Kimanzi, good work NLSK Nairobi branch for the first virtual meeting. Faith Mutuku, Milimani commercial courts are not stamping documents. So how do we deal with unstamped documents? Those are some of the comments that have been made. I think we can take a comment and deal with them. Is there any other contribution from those who are physically present before we deal with the questions and issues that have been asked? I assume there are none. I will make an attempt, members, to respond to the question cited. The first one was from Aluso. What is the plan for Wajir and Mandera? Before COVID hit, actually had an initiative where I contacted some of the key practitioners of Wajir and Mandera. I was trying to get a coordinator, and we were discussing how we can get the lawyers of Wajir and Mandera into a meeting where they can discuss what are their challenges. And we were also discussing how to ensure that Nairobi branch coordinates the bar bench committees to be happen in the court county and in Wajir County. And I think the person who I have reached out to is Mrs. Odia. And we are hoping that the incoming council Nairobi can take that up. So the idea would be for the branch to help coordinate the lawyers and provide them with the support. And of course, the issue of whether they should meet in Nairobi or in their respective counties, those were matters that were under discussion. But we would have preferred to have at least one meeting for lawyers who practice in Wajir and Mandera frequently in Nairobi. And it is that I would request the incoming council to do as soon as possible. They'll just send out an invite once they've coordinated the day. And now that we have virtual meetings through Zoom, I think it would be much easier. Then they'll be able to engage the judiciary there and any other agencies that affect practice of lawyers in those places. There was a question about Ngong and Ongata Rongai, which are two towns that are satellite towns of Nairobi city. They're actually part of Nairobi Metropolitan, but because of being outside Nairobi County, in Kajiado County and in Kajiado County, they have fallen under Southeastern Branch. We had an initial discussion on this issue with Justice Mutia, who is the chair of Southeastern Branch, and I think we agreed in principle that it makes sense that these practice centers should move to Nairobi Branch. I think Nairobi Branch is very ready and able and willing to coordinate practice there. So again, I will request the incoming council to take up the matter with Justice Mutia. It will just require an MOU so that that matter is resolved, and the people practicing there, who are largely Nairobi lawyers, can then benefit from Nairobi branch engagement. There was a question by Obiero about how we can have members participate more in activities. So the strategy that the branch has adopted, and I hope it will be enhanced, is one, multiple methods of communication to members. We have used websites, WhatsApp, and other social platforms. We have used email messages, and we send out a weekly email, or mostly it's a weekly email to our members. So we've used several mechanisms. We also entered into an arrangement with the CPD committee and the NLSK national office that going forward, and this was implemented at the beginning of 2020, the branch will be involved in the CPDs. We'll get 15 minutes to talk about branch activities. We'll have a desk at the CPD where members can find out, the CPDs in Nairobi, that is, where members can find out about Nairobi branch activities. And this is actually going to happen also for other branches. So those are some of the strategies we've put in place. We are trying to get CPD points for some of our activities. And currently the agreement we have is at least for the AGM, which can be linked to one other activity. So we took that option. You will get a CPD point. So for you who are today's AGM, you will need to look at the car of which is available on the branch website, identify another event which you will attend, and then the CPD point will be granted to you. So we've used all those strategies. But let me also say that the participation in our last virtual elections was the highest participation we've had in the branch so far. Our target is to have at least as many members as who vote in the NLSK national elections, voting in the branch elections, and we are very delighted with the digital platform. Majimbo Georgiadis asked a very relevant question. What are we doing about welfare in 2020, especially during COVID period? So the branch council resolved to set up an emergency welfare fund. We actually proposed to put there a figure of about 1 million of branch funds, and to come up with a mechanism where we would partner with either a financial institution or NLSK SACCO to give small loans, because we believe that if our members have challenges of welfare because of COVID and they are professionals, they will eventually be able to refund the money. So we were thinking of doing something of that sort. However, the funds of the branch took some time to reach us, and by the time they came to us, the elections were already happening. So we thought, as a matter of courtesy, that we shall pass on this request to the incoming council. And I personally have had an engagement with the incoming chair where I have had a chance to see what he can do on this issue of welfare. But let me also make it clear that NLSK Nairobi branch has set up a very robust partnership with NLSK SACCO, because we've discovered that on matters of welfare, what we need to do is to ensure that our members have social security. And we're encouraging our members to register with the SACCO, to even ask their offices, and the organizations to introduce a check-off system where part of your salary can be deducted a small amount, and even the employer can match the same contribution, and it is then made to NLSK SACCO, so that when you have emergencies of a financial kind, then the individual member can be supported. I think we've also collaborated with the NLSK National Office, and Madam Vice Chair Caroline Kamende has consulted the branch chairs on what we can do together as LSK in dealing with the challenges of COVID-19. So there are some initiatives that are in the planning stage. I know members will feel this is not happening fast enough, but the scale of the challenge is tremendous. And so we are really concerned about that. The other initiative that we have is we are trying to come up with a panel of mental health experts, because there has been a kind of like a repeat number of members who have mental health challenges of one kind or the other. Each of us is aware of one. Very recently, we had a mishap with one of our classmates, Nelson Harvey and myself, also because of mental health. So it is a real challenge, and we are aware of it. We are trying to see what we can do about it. The national office also has set up some bulk insurance packages. As Nairobi branch, we are also exploring what we can do that will be tailored to the needs of lawyers in Nairobi. We've also come up with this mentorship guidelines and minimum terms of service that we will be encouraging lawyers to take good care of the young lawyers in their midst. So those are some of the things we are doing. We know they are not enough. We hope the incoming team will do more and go further. Akusala asked a question about certificates of urgency. I think the meetings that will take place next week with the courts are going to address the issues of certificates of urgency, resuming physical hearings, recovering the cause list that had collapsed from 16th of March. So all those issues are part of what the incoming team will deal with. We have been engaging the LSK team led by President Harvey. We've engaged the Chief Justice, Maraga. We've engaged our representatives in JSC. We've also engaged judicial officers on several of these matters. And we know we have not made sufficient progress, but at least we are on the way there. There was a question by Charles Hamala about Nairobi Remand Prison. There have been engagements of the national, it's called what? NCAJ, the Council of Administration of Justice, where there were representatives from the prisons and from the criminal courts, the judiciary. And it was agreed that an initiative to try and reduce the number of prisoners would be initiated, and everyone who has less than 6 months in their prison sentence, they should consider revision of the prison sentence. And for those who are in remand and they have crimes of less than 6 months, that those matters should be brought up for review, because they have been given cash bail, most of them, but they cannot afford the cash bail. And so those cases should be brought up for review in the magistrates' courts. So that is an exercise that is ongoing, and I would request Hamala that you spread the word, and we'll also try to spread the word with our members. There was a question about land transactions, transfers, and so on. The last information we've received from the Nairobi registry is that they are not rejecting. They are not rejecting. I repeat, they are not rejecting any transaction documents. So if you face a challenge, please escalate the matter to the registrars who we are in contact with, or communicate with us, LSK Nairobi branch. Our email is lsknairobi@gmail.com, lsknairobi@gmail.com. And then there was a question by Faith about unstamped documents. I don't remember what the matter was.
Yes, the question was, Milimani commercial courts are not stamping documents. Can I?
Yes, I'll ask our Vice Chair to answer.
Yes, we had been given a date for stamping of all documents and a schedule of how the stamping, the schedule of dates when those stampings will be done. The Honorable Chief Magistrate of the Milimani Commercial Court postponed that stamping for seats for various filings that have been done virtually online during the COVID period, and the issue will be revisited on the 8th of June, 2020. So please follow the Nairobi branch LSK for updates after the 8th of June, 2020, because that's the date that the Chief Magistrate promised to revisit the issue of posting and stamping documents. On the issue of certificate of urgencies, if you have an issue with your certificate of urgency, you have filed it virtually and you have not received any response, number one, I encourage you to go to the cause list, check the inquiry contacts that are posted on each cause list of each division, get in touch with the contacts on those cause lists, and if your issue is not resolved, we have created and formed various WhatsApp Babbage forums that include a judicial officer. You can side chat the judicial officer, and I'm sure your issue will be attended to accordingly. As the chair has mentioned, there's a meeting next week. Is it on the Thursday? There's a meeting next week with the principal judge of the High Court and the various presiding judges of the various divisions of the High Court, including other judicial officers, and we hope to make headway at that meeting.
So, members, I have seen there are additional comments and questions that have been raised. Because of time, we may not be able to address all of them, but I assure you that all the comments that you put on the Zoom platform are going to be downloaded and they will be shared with the incoming team so that they can take note of your concerns and address them. So I would now suggest, because it's already almost 12:30, we move to agenda item number 6, which is a presentation of financial statements and the auditor's report for the financial year 2019. And for this agenda item, I would request our treasurer, Gad Gathu, to briefly highlight the financial statements and then to call upon the auditor to do his bit. The financial statements, which have also been shared in the month of, I think, March, with the NLSK National Office, are found from page 50 of the annual report, from page 50 to page 67. So, Gad, please take us through this and try to summarize, be as brief as you can, but don't avoid giving the necessary detail.
Good afternoon, once again, members. You have the account statements from page 51 of last I think to be the statements. I'll be brief and just highlight a few issues, then I will invite the auditor to take us through the rest of the report. So at page 57, we have our summary of income and expenditure for the year ended 31st December 2019, as well as a comparison of the year, that is 2018. So for the year ended 31st December 2019, we had total income of 15,000,038 shillings against an expenditure of 13,875,822. The income comprised mostly of the grant that was received from the NLSK and the devolution fund. The share of NLSK Nairobi branch of the devolution fund, which is based on the number of members, amounted to 10,342,838. So for the year ended 2017, we had a surplus of 1,370,000. I think with that, I will invite the auditor who is present to come and highlight the rest of the accounts. Our auditors are OM Gold and Associates.
You can give your report on the podium.
auditor from they're our auditors. He's from that firm. He's going to take us through the rest of the accounts.
Okay. Good afternoon, all. Speak a bit louder. Okay. Good afternoon. I'm going to read the report of the independent auditor from Mgodho and Associates. In our opinion, we have audited the accompanying financial statement of Law Society of Kenya, Nairobi branch, set out on page 7 to 10, which comprises of statement of financial position as at 31st December 2019, statement of comprehensive income and expenditure, statement of changes in fund, and statement of cash flow for the year ended, and the summary of significance accounting and other explanatory notes. In our opinion, the accompanying financial statement of the branch are prepared in all material respect in accordance with the International Financial Reporting Standards and the requirement of the Law Society Act number 2014. Basis of our opinion, we conducted our audit in accordance with international standard on auditing ISA. Our responsibility under those standards are further described in the auditor's responsibility for the audit of the financial statement section of our report. We are independent of the branch in accordance with the ethical requirements and are relevant to our audit of the financial statement in Kenya, and we have fulfilled our other responsibilities in accordance with this requirement. We believe that the audit evidence we obtain is sufficient and appropriate to provide a basis of our opinion. Thank you.
Your opinion is?
I have said that the evidence of the report which provides that we are certain that the proper books of accounts for the society has been kept.
Okay, very well. So thank you very much, Bwana Auditor. So members, you've heard the auditor's report. Treasurer, is there anything else you'd like to add?
Yeah, maybe I can add that there are notes to the financial statements which provide explanations on the statement of comparative income on some of the donations and grants that we have received, and also the expenses. You can find them on page 64 of the annual report. And I think with that we can adopt the accounts for purpose of debate.
Okay, so members, I think you have seen the accounts. Let me add one or two things before I request for a proposer, a seconder, so that we can then discuss the accounts. The balance sheet, which is called Statement of Financial Position, is on page 8, on page 58 of the annual report. So that statement of financial position shows the health of the Nairobi branch, what are our fund balances and so on. And the Nairobi branch council discussed what shall we be doing with our surplus, because there has not been any coherent policy of what we do with the surplus that we generate. And that is the discussion that gave rise to the recommendation that we invest $500,000 at least every year into a legal aid fund from our surplus. And we come up with some rules that can then be used to give access to indigent clients of our members who can benefit once they are there. And we can also fundraise. I think, members, it's also important that you look at the notes to the financial statements as was indicated by the treasurer on page 64 and 65. That is note number 3, 4, note number 5 on admin expenses, note number 6 to 12 on other issues. And finally, members, because this is the first time we are doing it, we requested Kiambu and Thika chapters to give us their financial statements. Even though they are accountable to their members at the chapter level, since they fall under Nairobi branch and they receive some grant from us, We ask them to give us their income and expenditure statement so that our members in general can see what is happening in Thika and Kiambu, and these are found on page 66 to 67 for Thika and Kiambu respectively. So with those comments, I now invite someone to propose. Anyone can propose the adoption of the account so that we can then discuss and take questions on them. So any member present physically or virtually who would like to propose adoption of the accounts, please say so. You can raise your hand, you can make a comment. There is a Peter Leibor who has proposed, and Kimani Waweru, we can say, has seconded the adoption of the accounts. So I'll now request that we put up the poll. We put up the poll for adoption of the accounts, after which we can discuss the contents of the accounts. So as that is being done by our team, I can already begin. It has already come up. So the opinion poll is up. I'll ask you to vote on the next minutes whether you support the audit statements of Nairobi branch for the year 2019. These have been audited by the auditor that was approved in the last AGM. So you have a minute to give your response. As we continue to vote on the question in the poll, let me inform the members that as we conclude the AGM of today, we shall have the incoming council members take an oath of office, and after they do so, we shall invite the current president of the Law Society of Kenya, Nelson Harvey, to address you, the members. Which is an issue of courtesy that has become a custom for LSK Nairobi branch. So he'll give an address to you, the members. He'll be able to say something. And so if you have any comments that you'd like to make to Nelson Harvey, you can always do them through the platform. And I'm sure he'll be able to make some comment about that. And he will then invite the incoming chair. This is at the end of today's session. He'll then invite the incoming chair, Eric Theory, to give his welcome or inaugural address. So Eric Theory will give the inaugural address, and we are hoping that members, you will be patient and you will remain with us until that moment, so that he will be able to say what he intends to do for the branch. Do we have the outcome of the poll now?
May I end the poll?
Yes, you can now end the poll. I think a minute has now passed.
On the question as to support of adoption of the Nairobi branch audited financial statements, of the 326 that voted, 98% being 320 voted yes to adoption, and 8 being 2% voted no.
Okay, thank you. So we can take the results as being in support of adoption of the accounts, and as the chair of the meeting, I deem the accounts as having been adopted. It is now time for members to raise their questions, concerns, and comments about the accounts. You can do so by raising your hand if you want to speak orally, or you can do it by making a written comment, which we are going to capture, and we are also going to respond to them. The auditor is present, the treasurer is present, and the rest of the council members are also present. So comments are welcome. Maybe Alex, you can read some of the comments that have been made about the accounts or questions.
Mr. Daniel Wangi, I propose that we increase funding to the chapters. Ibrahim Bito is saying that the report adheres to the accountability and transparency principles. This is despite the constrained budget and funds. We hope the branch will be able to have access to more funds in the fund pool. The new officials have a task to endeavor towards this. The rest of the comments are congratulatory messages from Arnold Mugongo. We say much appreciated. I acknowledge the hard work put in all your processes. It is clearly seen. Juliet Nyangari says LSK Nairobi branch has done a commendable job. To the outgoing council, your works are laudable. Good job, Kandrama and team. Fidelis Mutisia is saying well done, council. Jogona Danson commenting on the accounts is saying the well-detailed accounts. Isaac Paul Lindy Okello is congratulating the outgoing chairman and your team. Sandra Kabaki, very good job to chair and the outgoing council. You have done well. From Apollo Boya, Charles Kanjama and your council, thank you for your service to the profession. Phyllis Warogio, the Nairobi Branch Council under the leadership of Charles Kanjama has done a good job. Robert Onyango as well. Congratulations, Wakili Kanjama and team for bringing the Nairobi Branch LSK branch this far. Your team gave the branch its space. It is my hope that the incoming team will work hard to make practice matters better for the members. There's some members who also raised their hands.
Okay, so please allow one or two of the members who've raised their hands to speak through the virtual platform.
Okay, we can begin with Bilha Olama.
Bilha, please let us hear from you. Has Bilha been able to connect?
No.
Can
Try another person.
Yeah, we try someone else. Who else do we have?
Irene Kiwol.
Irene Kiwol. Irene Kiwol has raised a hand. Can we hear from Irene?
We have Nelson Ogeto.
Okay, Nelson Ogeto. Let us try Nelson Ogeto. Members.
Hello.
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 Hello, Nelson. We can.
Yeah. You can hear me loud and clear.
Yes, proceed.
Well, I wanted to find out the auditors that have done the books of auditor.
Yes.
What criteria does the council use, especially, I mean, for a particular branch?
Yes.
In hiring them, and do they have term limits, or they can just serve unconditionally, regardless of whether now there's also change in council?
Okay, so that is a good point, and I think we are going to discuss that point in the next agenda item on the question of the auditor. But what I can say for now is that the current auditors were approved by the previous year's AGM. But the other aspect of your question, we'll deal with it later. Any other person who has put their hand up? Thank you so much, Nelson, for contributing. I've been looking forward to hearing from the virtual participants, and you will go down in history as the first, after, of course, Wangila Waliaula, who is a council member. So other members who would like to speak orally, you raise your hand. I can see there is a comment from Aluso Ingati. Aluso?
Thank you, Chair. I would like to commend the branch for the initiative of setting aside funds for a legal use initiative. I am, however, concerned about as to how it will be carried out, because you mentioned that it's going to address issues of litigants who are unable to afford legal fees through the lawyers. I'm not sure, but is it like where if I decide I want to come and do pro bono work at the branch, do I get to be paid a pro bono fee or something in that sort? Because if that's the case, then I'm looking at Nairobi. Nairobi County is a big constituency, and I would propose that you increase that funding from 500,000 to something more based on what logistics you have within the branch structure, so that then it can visit out there in the market.
So I will re-echo what Aluso has said for those who may not have heard clearly. She's commended the branch for the legal aid fund, has asked us how does the fund work, recommended that we increase the figure from 500,000 to a higher figure. So we'll answer that question as we proceed. Any other hand up? Yes. Kinyanjui who?
Hannah.
Hannah.
Kinyanjui.
Okay, so Hannah Kinyanjui, please speak to us.
There is a Galaxy A2 core. I think that must be Mr. Kamal.
So Mr. Hamala wants to comment. Mr. Hamala, we can allow you if you are able to speak.
We have Jacqueline Manani.
So Mr. Hamala is not coming on?
No.
Okay, Jacqueline Manani.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Good morning, council members and members of the branch. I have been putting up my hand for so long. During the report, I had a comment to make and a question to ask. But I'd like to start by thanking you, Charles and Paula and your team. You've done a fantastic job. You set up the branch from scratch. It was nothing, and now it's a branch we're proud of. We really appreciate you. As for the accounts, I really want to appreciate the team for transparency and accountability. It's something that is very important, and I am very keen on those kind of things, and really I appreciate that you have been able to handle our finances transparently, and I pray that the incoming council will do the same and basically handle the finances well. I had a question in the previous, because I had put up my hand and I wasn't given an opportunity, but I'll still ask.
Go ahead.
In your report, there's nothing much about involvement of in-house counsel, and I'm really concerned about that. I wish the in-house counsel would be involved more. We should have activities for in-house counsel, even CPDs that are specific to in-house counsel within the branch. We would love to participate in those. Not only for us to be able to participate and learn something that perhaps we would benefit from, particularly from litigation counsel, but also for us to be able to enlighten litigation counsel on what our expectations are as in-house counsel from the other end when we deal with lawyers on the panel. Other than that, I want to wish you well, move on into other things, and I would like to wish Eric and his team all the best. We will support you. We wish you all the best, and we hope that you will take the branch into greater heights. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jacqueline Manani, and apologies if we were not able to allow you to speak before. I think that must have been a technical hitch. You've made very good contributions. We appreciate. Anyone else whose hand is up?
There is Joanne Atim.
Joanne Atim.
Tom Kopere.
Tom Kopere. My friend Kopere, if you can speak.
Yes, Chairman, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, I had raised my hand earlier, but I think an issue which I wanted to raise was raised by Aluso Ingati.
Yes.
About the funds which are being set aside. Now that there is within the Nairobi branch, metropolis of Ngong and Ngong, which is in Kajiado, and Kitengela practice areas.
Yes.
I think the incoming council in their engagement with the Mutia should be able to think about increasing that reserve from 500,000. Further to that, I had wanted to congratulate you for having this going on. I am joining you from my village in Oyugis.
Okay.
And I didn't go for Sabbath so that I can be able to attend this. I missed my Sabbath for this, but I managed to pray early in the morning. I remember contacting Eric Theuri earlier on that I had service from 8 to 10, but then the process started late at about 10:40. I wish to congratulate you, and now that Harvey is there, they should be able to think about this for the bigger LSK, so that a lot of activities can be done this way now that we don't know how long this COVID thing is going to be with us. And finally, it is about the engagement with the commercial court about the e-filing and e-stamping. It is important that we find that a way that once we have e-filed, the documents are stamped, so that we don't encourage some bad practices where people may file things, they find out that maybe there was some lapse, and they change the documents when it takes like about a week or two to have them stamped. Thank you very much, and I congratulate you, Kanjama, for the work you've done, and the incoming council to keep on the fire burning. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kopere. I think that is a great contribution, and you are joining us live from rather far from Nairobi, which is the wonder of technology, so that will be taken note of. Anyone else would like to make a comment? We can allow 2 or 3 more contributions. Ivan Sogada.
Chairman, good
Yes, Evans.
morning. Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes. Good afternoon.
Now, my concern, good afternoon, Chairman. Now, my concern is with, and I think this will be handled by the incoming chair and council. We have a lot of instances of violation of rights and people who have been brutalized by the police. Does the branch have mechanisms in place to provide specific redress for this and to stop police brutality? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ivan Sogada. Of course, some of these comments are not on the accounts, but I'll accept 1 or 2 more. We'll still have the AOB session of the meeting where you can make additional general comments. Is there anyone who has a comment on the accounts? One last comment, and then anyone else with their hand up?
We have Matthew Zutero, but I'm not sure if it's on the account.
I commented.
Okay, let's listen to Matthew Zodero.
Okay. Good afternoon, Chairman.
Good afternoon.
Thank you very much for the good work. I think being a branch, you have done a good job to allow technology. In terms of maybe the accounts, we say that you have done a good job with the little funds to do what you are doing. But one thing I've seen is the engagement, which I think one of my colleagues have already raised in terms of the in-house council. You see, most of them would only participate in activities that they know add their direct value to them. If you hear most of the report of the branch, and most of the activities are geared more to practicing advocates directly in courts. And I think that is where there is always a disconnect between our society and the in-house council, which I think need to be corrected going forward, because there's a lot of input the in-house council have for the branch and even for the law society as a whole. And lastly, Mr. Chairman, talking about the welfare, one thing that we have always thought of, the pension, maybe the incoming council can think of having pension funds, maybe in conjunction with the Retirement Benefits Authority, to have even members as they are aging. They should also prepare to have their pensioners, even if they go to court and they are aging, so that we don't have members at an old age suffering. That is something that has never been done very well, and this will now affect mostly practicing advocate, which I think need to also to be handled. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthew Zodero. Let me also take one or two written comments, and then we will deal with all of them. There has been a comment from Danson Juguna, a question actually, on the accounts. Did we have a budget for CSR in the past year? I might have missed that, so we are going to respond to that. Justice Muya, Mr. Man and your team, you did well. The next team will work with LSK SACCO to improve the welfare of members in savings and investment of our LSK SACCO products. Let me thank Justice Munyidia. I take the opportunity. He's the chair of LSK SACCO, and he's been very helpful. We've worked very well together to try and get our members to subscribe to LSK SACCO. I believe the incoming council will take the matter further. I look for other comments that may be related to accounts. Although Riziki Mukule, because she's a member of the LSK National Office, I'll give her the courtesy of reading her comment. Riziki is a coast rep of LSK. I'm tuned in from Malindi and truly impressed by the way former Chairman Kanjama and team has embraced technology to organize AGM. Precedent has been set, great strides made. Incoming Chair Eric Theuri, hongera na kazi kwako sasa, shukran. The other comments are not on accounts, although I can see from Caroline Deritu, there is a comment on Kiambu chapter. We are now proud of a vibrant Kiambu chapter and the several recognized practice centers. Well done to the team. Sarah Muturi is excited to anticipate continuity of good leadership Eric's team. The other comments are general comments that members you can keep reading as we proceed with the meeting.
There is one question that has just come in on accounts.
Okay.
From Akwana Mahero.
So there is a question on accounts from Akwana Mahero. Proceed.
Good job to the Kanjama-led council on the accounts. As we plan to develop a policy for how to handle the surplus, can we consider allocating some funds towards savings and investments as part of financial prudence?
Okay, so we have a request to put some money in savings and investments. So now I will respond to some of the questions asked, and I will be assisted by the treasurer. The first question was from Daniel. Can we increase funding to the chapters? Currently, the policy of Nairobi branch is to give about 10%, which is 1 million shillings to the chapter. 600,000 goes to Thika, which has more members. 400,000 goes to Kiambu. The members who practice in Nairobi are over 95%, but the question is a legitimate question. We hope the incoming council will consider that request. We also know that the practice centers within the chapters have also requested to get funding. And when we discussed, we said that we should try and get the chapters to facilitate funding to their practice centers, even if it's just a token like 50,000 shillings. So those are issues that I hope the incoming council would consider. There were some comments about the branch needing more funds. It is true. The branch, if you look at the accounts, you will see that the total revenue for the branch in 2019 was 15 million shillings, the gross income on page 57, of which we got 10.3 million from the devolution fund, 1 million as a grant from NLSK. Member subscription, we've been asking members to just give us just 1,500 shillings per year, 1,500. And we are more than 7,000 members. Even if just 1,000 give us, that would be 1.5 million. If we were able to get 3,000 members to give us this 1,500, that would be 4.5 million. It would take us places. We are also asking well-wishers, including law firms, to give donations to the branch. Donations can be a token figure like 100,000 shillings. And this will increase the donations, which last year were only 891,000. The events income was 2.8 million. This is when we organize events and we have a policy of break-even. And so we ask members to fund a part of the expenses of those events. I genuinely believe that LSK Nairobi branch can reach an annual revenue of 100 million if we get more money from members, from other donation sources, and so on. So I would encourage, and even corporates, and I would encourage our members, I would encourage the incoming team to work towards increasing the financial footprint of LSK Nairobi branch. But at least we have started. We started from zero. The first year of Nairobi branch, we received 750,000 shillings from LSK, and the rest was contribution of members. So from that humble beginning, we've now reached 15 million. We are making progress. We hope it will increase. Nelson Ogeto asked about the criteria for hiring auditors. I think I said part of the answer will be made during the next agenda item, but fundamentally it is the AGM that has the power to determine the auditor, but the council is the one that recommends. So the current auditors were selected after seeking quotations from a few auditors and getting the one who was economical and effective. And we have continued with that auditor for the last 4 years. It is always possible to change auditors, and I think the policy should be after 5 years, you change the auditors. That's a policy that's recommended by ISPAC. So there is one more year in case we want to use the current auditors. Aluso Ingati asked about the legal aid fund. The rules for the legal aid fund have not yet been fully developed. They are under development. But the idea would be that there will be some rules that determine who can access the fund. There will be a team of lawyers who will review requests to access the fund. And we have made it clear that this legal aid fund is distinct and separate from the public interest litigation that is done by NSK. When LSK National Office does public interest litigation, they give kind of like a small token. I think it is 50,000 shillings to members who undertake the PIL for LSK. For Nairobi branch, the token we give is much lower. It is, I think, 20,000 shillings. So the public interest litigation is distinct. That one we will fund from our normal budget. The idea of the legal aid fund is the following, that you may have a client who really cannot afford, and you think that they qualify to get some funding from the legal aid fund. So then you approach the fund with an application. The fund considers, and if they agree, they could decide to give you a similar token of maybe 20 or 30,000 shillings. You need, of course, to fill a form. So the idea is that we will provide seed money to the legal aid fund and request other partners and sponsors and donors and supporters to also contribute to the fund. We will work with the judiciary, with the state law office, because they also have a legal aid fund, and try to build the culture of people contributing for legal services. So the idea is that Nairobi branch will initiate this fund, and it will grow with the passage of time. But this is something that we are leaving to the incoming team to do. The outgoing team made the resolution to set up the fund. We hope the incoming team will operationalize it. And definitely, 500,000 is very little. We hope the fund can grow. When Harvard University, one of the most prominent universities in America, started their endowment fund more than 200 years ago, it started with very little money. Now it is a multi-million-dollar fund that funds most of the educational activities of the institution. So we would like our fund also to grow gradually and to be partly a revolving fund and partly a direct fund, so that if you contribute, some of the money is put in an interest earning deposit, and you benefit from the deposit, while some of it is used directly. So that is a proposal. The next question was not on accounts, but I will still answer. It was from Jacqueline Manani. What can the Nairobi branch do to engage in-house counsel more? Jacqueline, you are very right. We've not had a specific section on in-house counsel, apart from page 28 of our report, where we have indicated the in-house counsel's training in paragraph 6.7. And I think one of the challenges that we have had is that there is an in-house counsel committee at the national level, and at the branch, our approach has been to work with the in-house counsel committee at the national level. So we've collaborated on some trainings that were organized by the NLSK National In-House Counsel Committee. But at the branch, we also have targeted in-house counsel in a number of initiatives. As you are aware, our Nairobi Legal Awards include an award for in-house legal departments. Our awards for are also going to have in-house lawyer of the year. And we've been trying to encourage in-house lawyers to attend the trainings, whether it is conveyancing, oil and gas, they are all relevant. Whether you are in-house or external practitioner, the trainings are relevant to all of you. Legal aid program is relevant to all of you. So you'll notice that many of our programs are general. They benefit lawyers, whether in-house or external. But your point is taken. I hope the incoming team will consider how to target in-house lawyers even more specifically in Nairobi branch, and even have an event. That was one of the things we were planning to do, but COVID caught up with us and we were not able to do an event for in-house lawyers. So I'll encourage the incoming team. Tom requested that we set aside some funds even to help establishment of Ngong and Kitengela as part of Nairobi branch. That point has been noted. Evans Ogada's question was about violation of rights and police brutality. I'll request when Nelson Habi speaks in a few minutes in his general remarks to say something about this. And I'm sure also Eric Theuri, who has been part of the Nairobi branch Lawyer Police Relations Committee, might have some comment on this. Mr. Odero asked about pension funds as a welfare initiative. I think the incoming team can look at that. Danson asked about CSR. What we have noted is that Kiambu chapter has gone even ahead of the Nairobi branch. They held CSR initiative or activity last year. What we decided to do as Nairobi branch is to ask our secretariat to do a CSR activity, and we put it in the budget. That is at the level of the secretariat. But at the level of the branch, we have been part of the legal aid and legal awareness activities. The Legal Awareness Week, we participated in Nairobi. For the first time, we facilitated Thika and Kiambu to participate in legal awareness. And our committees, especially the Public Interest Legal Aid Committee, has had some initiatives, which I think you will find in the report. That is all I can say for now, although Gad may add something on that. Finally, Akwana Mahero asked that we set up a surplus policy and we determine how we deal with savings and investments. And I think this is something that's relevant for all the branches of LSK and even the national office. What do we do with our surplus? Do we just inject it into the next year's activities? Or do we have a strategy to ensure that surplus will go into a fund that will benefit members in a certain direct way? So those are things that I hope the incoming teams will work towards. Gad, Gathu, other comments you'd like to make on the accounts?
Yeah, I think maybe just to add on the legal aid fund. Of course, we hope that we can be able to expand to those other counties, Nairobi metropolitan area. But the thing is that what I have realized, having been convener of the legal aid and public interest committee, the need for legal aid is so huge, it might not even just be covered by the legal aid fund. Of course, members need to still have their own personal initiative of legal aid. But for this specific one, we'll take baby steps with the support of the incoming council. And of course, we'll also reach out to other partners. Actually, that is one of the strategies. There is a lot of money that is allocated to the National Legal Aid Program. We hope to partner with them going forward with the support of the incoming council, so that we can be able to raise funds and at least meet a portion of the legal aid need in Nairobi for the time being.
So thank you for that. I can see Alex, our Secretariat staff, wants to say something.
There's a question that has just come in from Irene Lukoba. She says on page B&L of the accounts events expenses, that is page 3,665,778 exceeds events income. This may not be prudent use of funds. Inasmuch as the branch is not a profit-making institution, perhaps there should be efforts to ensure that the very least the events make some money to the branch, or at the very least break even.
Okay, so I'll respond to that comment, but first I'll ask Paula whether she has anything she'd like to say about the accounts. Okay, so Paula says nothing. Secretary Helen?
Nothing.
Okay, so what I would say is that to Irene, and this will be the last question I'll respond to, then we move to the next agenda item. We have a policy in Nairobi branch, which is a break-even policy for events. We've had serious discussions and debates. In our last AGM, one member asked us, can't you at times give us as members a benefit? Organize an event where we can benefit from part of the subscription money we've paid to NLSK. So after debating, we decided that even though we'll have the strict policy of break-even, there will be exceptional events or occasions where the council will approve spending a bit more on an event than what we have charged our members. For example, with the mentorship program. The mentorship program is targeted at very young lawyers. We organize mentorship forum, we organize mentorship podcasts, and so on. And we noted that if we charge our young lawyers the actual cost of the event, then it might become too expensive. So we decided to give a subsidy. That means we charge them less than the actual cost. So those are some of the things that we have done to balance between the need for fiscal prudence and also to enable members benefit from some of the activities we are doing. So I think with those comments, as the chair would now need to move to the next agenda item, I want to thank and commend the auditor for supporting Nairobi branch in the last year. I'll request the auditor to physically leave the room because we are done with this agenda item, and now we are going to the agenda item on appointment of auditor. So thank you, Bwana Auditor. You have served us well. Members, if you now look at the next item on the notice, we are coming towards the end of the meeting. We are on agenda item number 7. That is appointment of branch auditors. Our current situation, as I've told you, is that we are using the firm of, they're called OM Gotho as auditors. They have served us for 4 years. We as Nairobi branch require our own auditors, although the national LSK also audits the accounts of Nairobi branch through internal audit process. But for now, our own auditors who audit our accounts, there are 2 possible options. One is that we could request OM Gotho to continue as auditor for 1 more year. Or the second option is we could authorize the incoming council to look for any auditor, could be OM Gotho or another auditor, after following a process of review. And so we have a question that we are going to set up on this issue. It's an opinion poll question, but before we do so, we'll need to hear the comments and views of members. on whether you'd like this current auditors to proceed. The current auditors have been economically effective. If you look in our accounts on page 64 of the annual report, if you look in our accounts on page 64, under item number 5, administrative expenses, towards the bottom, you will see an item called audit fees. So in 2018, the audit fees were 40,000 shillings, which was quite economical. And last year, because the auditor also was auditing Kiambu and Thika chapter accounts, we negotiated, they requested an increase of the audit fees, which was a reasonable request, and the audit fees was 55,000 shillings. So our current auditors' fees are 55,000 shillings for the audit. If the incoming council was to prefer to choose another auditor, that is also okay. And they would then have to look for a number of proposals. So what I would like to request is for contributions from members on whether you prefer the current auditor to continue or the new auditor. After we've received 5 or 6 contributions, we'll then open the poll where you will choose the option. But we would like first to hear from anyone who would like to speak on this issue. Is there any raised hand?
Yes.
So there are some raised hands. The first one is, as you look for the raised hand, weekly for you, said let the incoming council vet and appoint an auditor of their choice. It is them will be held to account in the coming years. There is a comment, we are in support of 500 shillings for young advocates, or this was a comment on the different issue. So let us have any hand that has been raised.
Conrad Atiam.
Conrad Atiam. Conrad, please speak to us.
Good afternoon, everyone. Now, there's a common saying that you do not need to fix a chair that is broken. So I think if the auditors have served as well, and I believe they have, there is no need to replace them. But however, I think that the incoming council may actually wish to exercise their independence on the issue of who exactly they prefer to audit their books. So I really don't think that we need to tie their hands in that respect. So I think we can let them make the decision on whether or not they would prefer to make the changes. Mine is just to suggest.
Okay,
thank you, Chair.
Thank you for that suggestion. Let me also read some additional suggestions from George Kinyua. For continuity and a smooth transition, let the current auditor serve another 1 year. From Arnold Okudo, the current auditor should continue. They've served well. Again, Galaxy A20. I don't know whether this is still Hamala. I support continuation of current auditor. No, this is for 1 more year. This is Beatrice Sawe. And then Infinix S4, please tell us your name. May the current ones for the continue for the next year. So those are some suggestions. We can receive one more raised hand. One more raised hand.
Charles Kimathi.
Charles Kimathi. Charles, can you hear us?
Evans Monari.
Evans Monari. Imagine Evans not contributing to a meeting. Evans, we are looking forward to hearing from you. Evans Monari, you've been a great supporter of the branch. Can you hear us?
We have Njuguna Danson.
Danson Njuguna again. So I'm assuming there is no other comment on the matter. I'll therefore request
There's Joseph Amisi. He's just raised his hand.
Okay, so we'll have the last comment from Joseph Amisi. Joseph Amisi, if you can connect and say something.
Good afternoon, Chair. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, proceed.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, my comment is very brief. I'd like to support the continuation of the current auditor, but I would hope that the incoming council will put in place a solid policy, as you mentioned briefly earlier, such that we would be maybe changing auditors every 5 years or so. And so in brief, I support that the current auditor continues. Thank you.
Very well, Joseph. I'm told there are a few other written comments that I'll read. From Jean Manasseh, agreed the incoming to choose their own, though they may allow us to give our views on their proposal. From Galaxy A2 Corp, please give us your name. Auditors should be appointed or at least ratified by the AGM because they are our oversight. I would retain the current auditors. If the incoming council decides that new auditors are needed, they should make a case by the next AGM. It's expensive to hire new auditors, tendering etc. Phyllis Warohio, auditors should continue they have served effectively and for continuity purposes. The new council can agree with them on the fees for the coming year. Finally, Michael Nderitu, appointment of the auditor is the role of members, AGM, not the council. The council simply recommends the auditor should continue in office for 1 year. So members, you can see all the comments that you are making on the chat. They are open to all of you. So I now request we conclude this agenda item by opening the poll for 1 minute, and you are all eligible to vote whether you prefer the current auditors to continue or you prefer that the incoming council be given the job of appointing a new auditor. The opinion poll is about to be put up, and as it come up, it's now up, members. So members, you can vote. You have 1 minute. You have 1 minute. After we finish with this agenda item, we are going to the AOP. So members, the question is, do you authorize the branch council to appoint the branch auditor? If you say yes, yes means that the incoming council can change the auditor. If you say no, no means the current auditor to continue. I think that is how we shall interpret the question. Members, okay, I'm hearing there's a challenge with the question. We need the question to be redone in a way that is clear. Are we retaining or are we allowing appointment of a new auditor? I'll ask the technical team maybe to redo the question. I think that is the comments that I have heard, so that the question is clear. So members, please bear with us for that technical hitch.
If I may suggest, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Because this poll is already ongoing.
Yes.
We could end it and you reframe it and we do a new question.
Yes, please end the poll. I had already framed the question. So please take the question as framed. We could end the current poll. Members, I think I have received feedback from my fellow council members that the question is not very clear. So apologies for that one. We have decided that we shall redo the question to allow clarity on what are the options. So as that is being done, I can also comment that after this agenda item, we are going to go to AOP. One of our members a communication to the council of a matter that they wanted to raise. We asked them to raise it during AOP as a comment for consideration by the incoming council. That is Boniface Akusala. So that is Boniface Akusala. We'll also allow other general comments from members. The comments from members during the AOP cannot give rise to a substantive resolution under our regulations, but are considerations or comments that can be taken into account by the incoming council. So you'll all be having an opportunity to make comments for the incoming council to take into account. And I can tell you that the comments you make tend to be very important, because when the incoming council meets, they will be aware of what are the concerns of members. So you'll have an opportunity in agenda item number 8 to make your comments during AOB. And I also would say that the outgoing council would also be happy to hear your comments. Even as they leave, they will be very happy to hear your comments. We've seen so many comments on the text of the Zoom platform, and we appreciate all the comments that have been made. It is always a sacrifice to serve the members. So members, bear with us as the question is being prepared. Meanwhile, we will start dealing with some of the matters under AOP as we wait for the question. So please be making your comments. And I hope members, you are looking forward to the process of handing over to the incoming council the statement or the speech of the President Nelson Havi to the members of Nairobi branch, the acceptance speech of incoming chair Eric Theory. So we will be finishing the meeting hopefully in the next 20 minutes or so. Thank you for being patient and for following the meeting with us. This is historic, even though the times are difficult times because of the COVID pandemic. This is historic that we are having a virtual AGM. We are so delighted in the support we've had from members, and we will ensure, I believe, that going forward, the possibility of this kind of activities continues. The Chief Justice allowed us, upon our request, to organize virtual bar bench meetings, virtual inns of court. And so Nairobi branch is planning to revive the full program of bar bench and commercial practice. Also the meetings with the lands registry, with the companies registry, we are going to explore this possibility. So members, we have a lot to look forward to. For the new council, it is a fantastic team. They also have, and I think I can mention this because of the comments that was made by Jacqueline Manani, the incoming council has an in-house council representative. And this was a recommendation that was made by the outgoing council. When we did the branch charter, we introduced a slot for in-house council representative, because we felt that the branch needs to be more aware of the issues that affect in-house council. So I'm really looking forward to the in-house council representative taking up that role of outreach to in-house council and representing them and ensuring activities, events, and programs that benefit them are developed in the branch. We also have, of course, the Kiambu County representative, who is someone I know because he has been an official of Kiambu chapter, very hardworking, and we also expect that our chapters will thrive. Those are some of the things that we can look forward to in the incoming team. So I hear that the poll question is now up, whether you support the current auditor to continue serving. So if you say yes, it means you want the current auditor. If you say no, it means you are giving authority to the incoming team to select an auditor. And those are the options. We are going to give you 1 minute to answer those ones. And as we do so, I will be reading some comments from the members. I am asking my vice chair, my phone is about to go off, to let me see the comments of members as we proceed to AOP. So, but we are in the 1 minute for the opinion poll.
There's a hand raised. Could we hear him?
Sorry, first of all, let us get the opinion poll. So as the opinion poll continues, I'll read 1 or 2 comments. Dennis Nguli, can we review spending such that the income from events is higher than expenditure? I think we have already dealt with that. Eunice Gasheru, well done, Charles Kanjama and team. I have faith with the new team. Council Theory, help clear the lands office constant gridlock. Jacqueline Manani, the incoming council cannot appoint auditors. Okay, that is an issue that is on the poll. Margaret Ameka, thank you, Chair and your team for the sacrifice, service, and dedication. Congratulations. There is a comment for AOP, namesake Kanjama, so this must be Hamala. We are both Charles. Thanks for this brief opportunity. Congrats na asante sana for a job well done. Unfortunately, I could not vote at the last elections as my name was excluded from the register. On inquiry, I was informed that the request to verify the register had been circulated through the newsletter. I request that in future, an election process should be separated from routine communications. The elections are a standalone exercise. Thank you and best of luck to Chairman-elect Theory and team. We can now finish the poll so that we get the results. The poll can now be terminated.
On the question, do you support the current auditor continuing serving? Yes, 79%, 292 out of 368 who voted, and no, 21%, 79 out of the 368 who voted.
Okay, very well. So based on the vote from you, the members, you have recommended that the current auditor continue serving, and so that shall be deemed the resolution of the meeting. We now move to agenda item number 8, any other business which may be admitted. I request our members to raise their hands, and I request the team that is selecting the raised hands to begin with Boniface Akusala if his hand is raised. And as you look for the raised hands, let me make 1 or 2 other comments, read 1 or 2 other comments. From Mercy Kaima, I concur with an earlier comment. Kindly review the CPD charges, keeping in mind the effects of the pandemic on everyone, especially young lawyers. Then from Willis Echesa, congratulations to the outgoing council. Good job. Godspeed to Eric Theory. Raised hands.
Boniface Akusala.
Very well, Boniface.
Yes, good afternoon, Chair, together with the council.
Good afternoon.
Yes, first thing I'd like to congratulate you for holding this. I was a bit skeptical, but it is one of those things that I'm very proud of, that this is indeed happening. Now, my point was supposed to come as a way of notice of motion, although I noticed that we had no provision for notices at all during when the notice was sent out, motions. We would like the incoming council to ensure that we have a provision for motions as one of those agenda items that need to be discussed. It is for this reason that I ask that this be included as part of the agenda as one of those motions. Now, it's about the CPD allocation for this AGM. Other branches have been able to allocate 1 point each for attendees of AGMs, and I think Nairobi should not be an exception. And especially this year that we may not have too many other functions for the branch, owing to the prevailing circumstances, I have proposed that this AGM attracts a 1 point CPD. Now, why should this not be discussed in future just by being an AOB? I'd wish to bring to the attention of the Nairobi branch, the council, together with the members, that at this point, under Regulation 32, members can be able to approve and resolve if the majority of them agree that this forms part of the items that can be resolved. That is in the regulations. So we don't have to wait for this matter to be discussed by the incoming council. It can be discussed by us, and we allocate ourselves 1 point, and we go home happy. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Boniface, for that point. So Boniface sent a notice to the council the day before yesterday. He was concerned that the CPD point for Nairobi branch is connected to 2 events. You must attend the AGM and one other event based on our calendar of events. And that appears in our various notices to members, in our branch calendar, in the notice of the AGM, in the reminder, and in various communication we've sent. So when this was discussed by the council, we decided that it can be raised not as a substantive motion because it doesn't qualify, but as part of AOB for consideration by the incoming council. So I request the incoming council to consider that contribution and to decide what they want to do. For us as the outgoing council, we think it is very important that members are encouraged to attend other activities of the branch, and there are numerous activities. In fact, the number will be higher than before because of the virtual activities that can now be organized. So that is something that the incoming team will consider. Any other comments or contributions? There's one here from Aluso Ingati. Let's hear from Aluso.
Thank you, Chair. Maybe a point of consideration for the incoming council. There have been concerns between senior advocates and junior advocates, discordance between the category. And at the time when I served at the branch, there was committee to manage this internally. So I did not need to see that anything not there that I would need to be set up, so that we can have a cohesive society where we don't have divisions between junior and senior advocates. Most of the concerns that are raised by my colleagues in this category of lawyers are genuine concerns, just that we may not be able to address them appropriately because there's no forum to address these issues. So I propose that we look into this and set up a vibrant committee to handle disputes between advocates in a decent way.
Okay, so Aluso's comment was that we need a committee to deal with disputes between lawyers, both younger and senior. We'll respond to that. Let's now have one of the hands up.
We have Mr. Ogeto Oloma.
Let's hear from Mr. Ogeto.
Mr. Ogeto Oloma. Caleb Obora.
Mr. Caleb Obora, let us hear from Caleb. Caleb, are you with us?
Yeah, I'm with you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, let us hear from you.
I would first of all like to thank you for the good work that you've done for the branch. And I also wish the incoming council the very best. So I'll go to this issue of the Essential Service Providers card that was actually issued by the Law Society, the one that you are downloading from the portal. I would like maybe the society to come out here because we still don't have a clear communication from the relevant authorities. That is, we've not been gazetted as essential service providers. So maybe we can look at that thing and make it a bit stronger, because as advocates, we need to walk around and keep the wheels of justice rolling. Otherwise, I'm so grateful for this meeting, and I think it's the best way forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Caleb. Someone else whose hand is up?
We have Benson Waikaka.
Benson Waikata. Benson, can you hear us? Benson?
Can you hear me? Hello?
Hello, Benson.
Can you hear me, Mr. Chair?
Yes, I can. Proceed.
First of all, I would like to thank the outgoing council for the good work and hope the incoming council can emulate the same. My issue was to add on the young advocates. Some of them are complaining that the CPD fee is a bit too expensive for them, bearing in mind the harsh economic conditions. So maybe the incoming council can have a look at that and maybe also talk to the LSK about that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Benson. Another contribution?
We have Tom Kopere again.
Tom Kopere, but is there anyone else before I allow Tom Kopere?
Majimbo, his hand has just gone up. Majimbo Dujiadi.
Okay, so let's hear from Majimbo, then from Tom.
Good afternoon, Chair.
Good afternoon, my fellow chair.
I just want to contribute on the issue Akusala raised. I think it's not proper for you to pass over the said motion to the next council, since his issue is about the current AGM. So I think it's proper if we put that particular motion to a poll, so that we decide right now if we are getting that 1 point or not.
Okay, thank you very much, Majimbo. Let's hear now from Kopere Tom.
Can you hear me?
Tom, you need to speak louder.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes, but a bit faintly. Tom? Okay, so as Tom is sorting out his sound, Mr. Washira.
Yes, I'm just proposing that we should deal with Akusala's proposal just the same way we have dealt with all other proposals. That is by voting on it so that we know whether we are getting the 1 point or not. Thank you.
Okay, so we've had comments from Majimbo, from Washira, and from Akusala that we should deal with that matter. The regulations make it clear that the conduct meeting, the chair decides on the matters that shall proceed for discussion. So when we received the motion of Akusala, we discussed it extensively in the council, and this was in a meeting yesterday. We are a society of law. We follow the law, and we studied the legal guidelines that support our activity, which is the branch charter, that requires a motion to be given within 21 days before the AGM, and also the agenda to be given within 21 days before the AGM, and they also prescribe the form of the motion. So we did make a resolution, and while we are welcome to hearing the contributions of members, that decision has already been taken, that the issue that has been raised, because it has not been raised in accordance with the law, shall be treated as a contribution or comment for the incoming council. The incoming council are your servants. You can engage them as early as tomorrow on this issue. Also keep in mind that matters of CPD are governed by the CPD rules. They are very strict and systematic provisions on how CPD shall be dealt with. For example, members in the general meeting cannot decide to award themselves CPD points because the guidelines have a structure for how CPD points are awarded. The only thing you can do is to make recommendations, either to amend the rules or to the CPD committee for consideration. So we can make a decision that contravenes the law. What we are happy to hear is your views on the matter, which is part of AOB. Is there any other hand that has been raised?
Yes. Kanjama, can I say something now?
Sorry, this is Kopere. Yes, let's hear from Kopere.
Can you hear me now, Chairman?
Yes, yes, we can hear you. You are still faint, but you are better now. We can hear you. Proceed.
Now, actually, what you have just said is what I wanted to comment about.
Okay.
That the CPD has regulations, and
Okay.
what we can do at this forum is to make to request the incoming council to make a recommendation to the Council of the Law Society, and then that can be placed before the CPD accreditation committee, subcommittee, which can then make a decision on what can be allowable in terms of points for attendance for this meeting. That was number one. Number two is that I also wanted to congratulate the incoming council led by Eric Theory, and also congratulate you. I had commented earlier that I know Kanjama is a stickler to procedure and a stickler to prudent financial management. And I know Eric Theory will also carry the mantle, and he can be able to do it even much better. We hope he will. So on the motion which was brought by Akusala, what can be done is that those can, the incoming council can make a recommendation to the council, which can be placed before the CPD accreditation subcommittee, and then recommend what ought to be given for this attendance. I know that because I have served one of the oldest, I had been one of the oldest serving members in the CPD committee, and the regulations are very strict on awarding points and accreditation on any amount of points to be awarded to a function. And I know Mr. Kanjama, being a stickler to rules of procedure, has articulated that. That's why I had raised my hands earlier, immediately after our learned colleague Akusala raised that issue. That is what I wanted to say, only to thank everybody, and the fact that this has been a pace set, and let Nairobi branch, being constituent of almost 70% of the practicing lawyers, set the pace in doing things. And now that Harvey, who is the national president, is present, he can be able to emulate this as he fights also for the reopening, at least upscaling of the reopening of the courts and also the land registries. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kopere. I know it is now 10 minutes to 2 p.m. So we were to finish the meeting before 1. Let me respond to the items that have been raised. Aluso had mentioned about a committee for dealing with disputes. NLSK Nairobi branch had actually set up a committee. It's called the Internal Disputes Resolution Committee, and is meant to deal with lawyer-to-lawyer disputes. The committee operates using a mediation approach. Unfortunately, the committee did not have any teeth, and when we got complaints, we resolved a few, but we faced the challenge that some of the lawyers you would request to come for the mediation would not respond. And now that we have the NLSK regulations of 2020, it is possible for that committee to have a more team. My expectation is that the coming Nairobi branch council will work with the NLSK council so that each branch can have a similar committee to deal with resolving by mediation disputes between lawyers that do not need to escalate to the disciplinary committee or to the Advocates Complaints Commission. So that's a very good point, Aluso. Caleb asked about essential service providers card. I think this is an issue that I would request Nelson Harvey, when he speaks to us, to say something about. But I do know that currently many lawyers have been able to use their NLSK ID or even the NLSK Essential Service ID when they are caught out after 7 p.m. and the police have let them through. And I think the President Nelson Harvey and his team have said, if you face any challenges, let them know if the police do not accept the card. But so far it has been working well. Benson Waikata, he made a comment that CPD fees are too high. And I think the CPD committee, the convener is present, Esther Ngawa, they are making efforts, I'm sure they are, to see how in this COVID period they can address the need for CPD as well as the challenges of affordability. And I think those are the key contributions that have been made. So as the chair now, I will indicate that you have dealt with any other business. Before we proceed to the inauguration and handover to the incoming council, I will request the permission of members to allow each of my council members who are outgoing to make a brief comment, and then we hand over to the step for inauguration. So I will begin by the younger lawyers, the younger members of the council, that is Caroline Mudeu and Rose Wanjala. Very brief comments, not more than a minute. You can come to the podium and you just make a brief comment.
Good afternoon, members. I'm Rose Wanjala. I have served in the outgoing NLSK years. I will be joining the incoming council for the next 2 years. It has been a pleasure working with the council members who are before you here today. We have accomplished quite a number of milestones, including the progressive realization of the ICT agenda in the Nairobi branch. I don't have much to say. I only have 1 minute, but I would all of you to join us in the next council events, as well as go ahead and download the NLSK SOS app, which will be very instrumental in helping us through this time of COVID-19, as well as through any other emergencies as an advocate, including arrest by police and any other emergencies of the personal nature in COVID-19. We so far have over 1,000 downloads of the app. I'm afraid we do not have the iOS. All Android users, the app is free for you for now. Thank you, and we look forward to serving you more in the future.
Thank you, Rose. Please, members, you can give an applause, and I'll be asking her to now join, to now exit the high table. Her job is done in this council. Caroline Mudeu, please also make your final comment.
Good afternoon, members. Okay, thank you very much. My name is Caroline Mudeu. It has been my pleasure to serve you as one of the council members at the NLSK Nairobi branch. I'm currently serving you as a council member at the main NLSK. And it has been a great pleasure to serve under our chair, Tad Kanjama, and the great team. We achieved a lot as LSK Nairobi branch because we worked as a team. I was in charge of the welfare of the LSK Nairobi branch, and I am very grateful, and I know that the incoming team and Eric Teuri will do a great job. Please take the branch on another level. Collins Walutere, so that our players continue getting mentored. That was one of my key areas while I was serving the branch. Thank you very much, members. I look forward to serving you better at the main LSK and our president, Nelson Avi. Asanteni sana.
So an applause to Model. Also members who are following via Zoom, we have Wangila Waliaula. Wangila, if you can hear us, we would like to give you an opportunity to say something. Wangila, can you hear us?
Yes, Chair, I can hear you.
So 1 minute maximum, please say your final remarks to the members.
Thank you, Chair, for giving me the opportunity to say something. I also want to say that it has been a pleasure working with you over the last 2 years, and we have accomplished much. I served the branch as the organizing secretary. That is evidenced by our branch calendar. You can see it's an action-packed calendar, and we have tried as much as possible to ensure that all those events are to the benefit of our members. So as some of us exit and also enter on the other side, we hope that we are going to make the branch bigger and better under the able leadership of Senior Eric Teuri and Helen Namisi. And we hope that the members will keep on supporting us as we work for them. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Wangila. Now you have exited as a member of our outgoing council. I'll next ask Kate Karaoke to also make her final. You can make the comment from where you are.
Good afternoon, members. As I mentioned, my name is Kate Karaoke. I served the branch as the fundraising secretary, and I'm one of those people who will be stepping down. I'm not part of the incoming council, but it has been a pleasant 2 years, and I would like to thank the members that I served with because you made it easier to serve the members of the branch. And I would like to urge members to participate more in our events. As mentioned, being the fundraising secretary, one of the issues that we grapple with is, and I've noticed members keep raising, is the issue of fundraising and how we can break even in our events. So we urge members to continue supporting the initiatives and the programs of the branch so that we're able to sustain. You realize the cost, there's always a cost element to these programs and events. So I would urge members, when the branch approaches you, please support us and continue supporting. And thank you for those who supported us on a regular basis. And I would like to wish the incoming council all the best. As the leadership of Eric Teuri and Helen Namisi, all the best, and wish you all the best. Paula and Mr. Chan Kanjama, thank you. And yeah, thank you, members, for the support that you've also accorded us.
So thank you so much, Kate Karaoke. You have been a great support to the council. You can now also exit the high table. Next, I will request Gad Gathu. Is there any council member who's following virtually? Colbert, OJ, or Njeri? If there is, this is their chance to speak. If they are not, we can go to Gad. You can make your final comment. Yeah. He has already spoken. Yeah.
Members, I am one of the oldest serving members of the council, together with the chairman and vice chair. We serve in the inaugural council of the NLSK Nairobi branch. And it's taken blood, sweat, and tears to get where we are. And today, as I exit the stage, I can hold my head high. We have worked with the membership. They have been challenging, of course, but by and large, we've been able to overcome them because of the good working relationship that we've had with the rest of the council members. As I exit, I want to urge members to please participate in branch activities. That was actually the reason why, it was part of the reason why the point was joined to another activity. And I remember one member commented that there is lack of participation by members in branch activities. This is our home, it's our privilege. Let's support the incoming council. Let's build it to greater heights. Thank you and bye.
Thank you and bye, God. And we also give you a commendation. You can now exit the stage. I'll now request Helen Namisi, our secretary, to make a final comment as a member of this council.
Good afternoon, members.
Good afternoon.
Over the last 2 years, I've had the pleasure of serving you as secretary to the branch. It's been a growth path, I must say. It's been fantastic working with the current team, and I must thank the outgoing council. Equally, I must thank the secretariat, because without them, we would not have such an efficient secretariat. And I would also like to thank the members, because the members have not only encouraged us, but they've also given us positive criticism from which we have been able to grow, given us suggestions on some of the programs that we've been able to set up for you. And your participation as well is much appreciated. And I am actually looking forward to now serving you as Vice Chair in the incoming council.
Thank you, Helen. You've been a very hard worker. So then I will ask Madam Vice Chair to make her final remarks, after which we are going to award certificates to the outgoing council, and after which I will call the returning officer of the last election, Felix Odhiambo, to read out the list of incoming council members, after which they will take their oath of office, after which we are going to request Nelson Harvey to give his remarks and to invite the incoming chair, Eric Theory, and then we will conclude at that point. So, Paula Njuguna.
Good afternoon, members. First of all, I want to say that serving you, the members, has been a great honor. I have served you diligently as the vice chair for 4 years. I'm humbled and grateful for that opportunity to serve. Dear members, I am a servant at heart, and I will remain steadfast and faithful to the membership. When called upon to do so, I will help members at whatever capacity I'm able to serve at. May God's favor be upon you, the Nairobi branch incoming council. Long live Law Society of Kenya Nairobi branch. God bless you all. Asante sana.
So thank you very much, Paula. Please don't leave. I cannot stay here alone, and she's needed for the next item. So allow me also to thank the outgoing council and say that they have been the bomb. We've been such a great team. It's been a joy serving you, the members. It's a job that requires a lot of sacrifice. They've made it easy, their passion, their commitment, their dedication. The secretariat, which has worked with us, has been tireless in service to members. You, the members, have been great. It has been 4 years of a lot of work, but it has been very rewarding. So thank you so much. I think I'll now request that we get the certificates for the outgoing council, and I would request Paula Njuguna to give out the certificates to the members.
I'll start with the youngest in that order. Rose, come forward. Thank you so much for your time. Model? Kathy? Thank you so much for your service to the branch. Wangila, Waliola, in absentia. Who will receive? Who's Wangila's?
Rosangela, pick it for me.
Wangila, thank you for your service to the branch. We appreciate you and love you.
Thank you, Paula.
God, God, thank you for your service to the branch. 4 years. Helen, Namisi. Helen, it's been a pleasure. Thank you for your service. Thank you. Chairman, how's it going? It has been a 4-year marriage. Legal marriage. Come to an end. So much.
And it's also a pleasure for Paula, the Vice Chair, certificate of service. You've been the best Vice Chair. Thank you so much. So I'll now request Paula to exit the stage, and I'll request Felix to come up. Felix to come up formally. Read the list of members who are duly elected into office. I think this is found in the report on page 34, 34 annual report.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Please allow me to read our colleagues who are members of the incoming council, NLSK, that is 2020. We have the chair, Mr. Nick Seuri, Chairman. Helen Rafaela Namisi as the Vice Chairman. Chairperson, Mr. Colin Warutere Munene, Kiambu County Representative. Ms. Faila Mushiru Figuera, in-house council representative. Mr. Stephen Benny, member. Mr. Charles Matuva Mwalimu, council member. Mr. Wangila Wala. Unfortunately, was not able to join us physically, but is following virtually. Mr. Kennedy Murunga, council member. Madam Julia Wanjiru Washi Councilman. And finally, Madam Rose Wavinya Anjala, Council Member. So having had the pleasure to bring in the new team, it is now my humble pleasure to invite Rose Wanjala to come for her oath of office. Very good. Please, it is an affirmation. Yes, please.
Rose Wavinya, swear by the Almighty God that I will at all times uphold the objects of the Law Society of Kenya, the rule of law and administration of justice, and that without fear or favor, I will well and truly discharge my duties as the council member of the society. So help me God.
Julia Wanjiru Washira, Council Member.
I, Julia Wanjiru Washira, swear by the mighty God that I will at all times uphold the objects of the Law Society of Kenya, the rule of law and the administration of justice, and that without fear or favor, I will well and truly discharge my duties
Mr. Kennedy Murunga, Council Member. He wants a copy in Swahili, so probably the new council may that. For now, we only have.
I, Kennedy Murunga, swear by the Almighty God that I will at all times uphold the objectives of the Law Society of Kenya, the rule of law and the administration of justice, and that without fear or favor, I will well and truly discharge my duties as a council member of the society. So help me God.
Mr. Wangila is not with us physically, so we shall invite Mr. Matogo Mwalimu. Please, as you affirm, please raise. Remember to keep your right hand raised throughout.
I, Charles Madhuva Mwalimu, do swear by the Almighty God that I at all times uphold the objects of the Law Society of Kenya, the rule of law and administration of justice, without fear or favor, well and true to my duties as a council member of the society. So help me God.
Mr. Stephen Saini, council member.
I, Stephen Juma Saini, swear by the Almighty God that I will at all times uphold the objects of the Law Society of Kenya, the rule of law, administration of justice, that without fear or favor, I will and truly discharge duties as a member of the society in Nairobi branch. So help me God.
Dansoila Mushiru Kigel.
I, Soila Mushiro Kigera, swear by the Almighty God that I will at all times uphold the objects of the Law Society of Kenya, rule of law, administration of justice, and without fear or favor, I will well and truly discharge my duties as a member of the society. So help me God.
Mr. Wangela Waliaula has the oath from his hideout in Bungoma, and he is ready to affirm, take the oath. So, Wangela, please proceed.
Yes. So can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, so I, Wangila Waliaula Alex, swear by the Almighty God that I will at all times uphold the objects of the Law Society of Kenya, the rule of law and administration of justice, and that without fear or favor, I will well and truly discharge my duties as the council member of the society. So help me God.
Thank you. Mr. Colin Waruchere Munene.
I, Warutere, swear by the Almighty God that I will at all times uphold the objects of the law, administration, justice, and favor. I will well and truly discharge my duties as a council member of the society. So help me God.
Madam Rafaela Namisi. If we take judicial notice of the circumstances.
I, Helen Rafaela Namisi, swear by the Almighty God that I will at all times uphold the society of the Law Society of Kenya, the rule of law, administration justice, and that without fear or favor, I will well and truly discharge my duties as the Vice Chairperson of the Law Society of Kenya, Nairobi branch. So help me God.
Chairman, Teuru Njeri.
I, Eric Veurinjeru, swear by the Almighty God that I will at all times uphold the objects of the Law Society of Kenya, the rule of law, and the administration of justice, and that without fear or favor, I will well and truly discharge my duties as the chairman of the branch of Kenya. So help me God.
I therefore, having discharged my duty here, I hand over the decision to Mr. Charles Kanjama to take over. Thank you.
Members, my last job after entering the swear of the incoming council and the AGM of 620 is to officially declare the annual general as appointed, and now to invite Eric Theuri as the chair to address the commission. But there is a protocol issue that I'm not very clear about, because I think we have agreed that I will play more, which Nelson to come and address the mess. After he does so, he will then invite Chairman Eric Theuri. So it is. Oh, okay. I'm being told protocol is even more complicated. It's the Vice President, Caroline Kamende, to invite the President. So my last and distinct task and my great delight is to welcome Caroline Kamende so that she can make very brief remark, invite the President to make his substantive remarks, and then invite Eric Theuri to come on board now with his council. Allow me to say to the congratulations. You have the trust of members. I know you have the passion and the commitment, and that you will deliver. I want to tell you at any time, in case you need any advice or encouragement or support from me, or collaboration from myself or any of the outgoing team, we'll always be ready to support you. We have left office, but this remains our branch. It remains our baby, our home, our privilege. So we want you to succeed. We'll work with you to ensure you succeed. Asanteni sana, hongera kwenyu, makofi kilo tano.
Thank you, outgoing chair, Nairobi branch. But once a chair. Before I would like to introduce the council member present. I can ask them to come over just to say their names and say something. The national office council members present.
Good everyone. Thank you, Madam Vice President, for the congratulations the branch of you. I wish you God's blessings, like wisdom and with us. And to the Secretariat of the branch, you do a great job. Keep up the good work, and we shall work together moving forward.
Good afternoon, members. First of all, I would like to say congratulations to the outgoing officials. You did a good job. And to the new leadership, and your team. We wish you all the best, and we will work well together under the leadership of the president. The assurance that also, as Nairobi representatives, will continue working well and closely with you. We wish you all the best and have a blessed day. That's the most integral part. My name is Faith Odhiambo.
President, Mr. President, Chair, and the Council of the NLSK Nairobi branch, the members who are here, all the secretariat, I greet you all. Good afternoon. I must commend you, Chair Kandama. You had the dream of this succeeding, and that the office was part of that. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to prove that we can deal technologically and that we have resources to do that. Mr. Eric Silry, thank you very much for the good work that you put in before, and I hope that you will do much more for the Nairobi. Now, as we start on the new journey with your fellow council, Nasmi, Madam, Namisi Helen, the legend of the Institute, and I'm glad that you're moving on up into perhaps you should run for president of the society. Thank you very much, and may God bless you as you go. My name is Esther Amawa. I'm a council member, a country representative, and PD chairman. Thank you.
Very much, as President, to the President of the Law Society of Kenya, Mr. Nelson Avi, and the new chairman of the Nairobi branch. It has been my pleasure serving with all of you at the branch. Right now, I'll be representing you at the main NLSK as one of your Nairobi representatives. My name is Mudei Mudiani, and I look forward out as a team with the president. So thank you very much, most importantly, for the Nairobi branch for promoting to serve you at the main NLSK. Asante.
Council members, and now to the president of the Law Society, Mr. Nelson Harvey, the outgoing chair of the Nairobi, Mr. Charles Kanjoma, the outgoing council members of the Nairobi branch, to the new team that is coming in, led by the able chair, Mr. Eric Theory, and the vice, Helen Amisi, and to everyone in the room and all the members watching us from home, good afternoon. I take this opportunity to at the 27th February 2020 elections. We have not had an opportunity to interact with members, and I take this opportunity to congratulate the branch for taking this bold step to now hold the AGM where we can interact with members. I take this opportunity first and foremost to thank the Nairobi branch and all the members of the society for the support accorded to me as Caroline Kamende during the elections. I am forever indebted and grateful. I will endeavor to serve members passionately and diligently. I also take this opportunity to congratulate the outgoing council of Nairobi branch led by Mr. Kanjama for job well done. Nairobi branch, no doubt the most vibrant branch of the Law Society. And Mr. Deuri, I wish to tell you that you have big shoes to fit in. Mr. Kanjama has cut this job at a very high notch. So you have, and I know you're able, together with your council, and I wish you well. As I had stated earlier when I introduced myself, I know that as Nairobi, the national office, we and we undertake to support the Nairobi branch together with all the branches in ensuring that we serve our member society efficiently and effectively. Mr. Kanjama had said that I am passionate about the welfare issue. I know welfare is a devolved function, so I am sure I will work hand in hand with the branch officials that are coming in together with the members. I have been in touch with Eric Theory, elected and practice. Without much ado, I will take this opportunity to invite the President of the Law Society of Kenya to make his comments. I don't know whether
Good afternoon, friends. May I take this opportunity to thank the outgoing council and most importantly, my classmate, good friend, Kajama. When someone tells you he will support you, he means what he says. When Eric, you will get a lot of support from Sir Charles. He's a man I've known for about 20 years. And speaking of that, let me remind you of what John F. said after the defeat in, we call it in Spanish, Playa Rio, the Bay of Pigs. He said this, that victory, 1,000 grandfathers. Defeat is an orphan. There are many people who will associate with you because you won. There are many people who will not have associated with you and you lost. But what is fundamental is not who was won or who lost. What is important is for you and your council to have the magnanimity of serving all those who supported you and all those who did not support you. Because your responsibility starts now. The election is over. You need to serve. 2 years is such a short period of time that if you don't make good use of it, it will be seen. It is also such a long period of time. If you make good use of it, it will be seen for a long period of time to come. I've seen all of you take the oath of office. The only person who trembled when he took the oath of office was Chairman Eric Theory. And he trembled in realization of the magnitude of this. It's a heavy office, full of responsibility. I'm not belittling any of the other council members, but it must be remembered that the chair of the Law Society of Kenya, Nairobi branch, is elected by members. He has a higher responsibility than the 9 of you. It is incumbent upon you to give him all the support that he requires to enable him to deliver on your behalf and on the branch. Nairobi branch is the biggest branch in the Law Society of Kenya. In fact, it has almost 70% of the membership. Members of the Law Society are about 10,000. Who are active in Nairobi branch are about 7,000. Today is a historic day. Why do I say it is a historic day? It is a historic day in 2 aspects. The attendance is about 600 people who listed online. I am others who are also following on Facebook. Maybe slightly more. I'll put it at about 2,000 before. Let me take pride in this huge number. Sir Charles, my classmate, has always been a member of the Brave New Bar. Chairman Eric Theory has always been a member of the Brave New Bar. There are those amongst us who have never been members. The brave new bar will now serve at the national level and at the branch level. We want your criticism. We want your evaluation. But we don't want sabotage. It is very important that we work together to ensure that we live up to the oath of office that you've taken today. Hold the rule of law and administration. And this is a Herculean task for which there will be many challenges to you. In early deliberations, a member asked to deal with the issue is brutality. Another asked us to deal with the issue of the opening of courts. Another asked us to deal with the issue of obedience of court orders. One also asked us to deal with the issue of the essential service provider. Who or what is the biggest obstacle to the practice of law now? Is it the poor economy? Is it corruption? Or is it something else? If you interrogate this issue further, you will come to the realization that the biggest threat to the practice of law right now is lawyers. Not lawyers, but lawyers in other fields that are affiliated to us. Lawyers in the state law office, lawyers in the office of the Director of Public Prosecution, lawyers who work in the executive, lawyers who have become judges and magistrates. I want to remind our friends that you are members of the Law Society. We value you so much. We get disappointed time without number when you have an opportunity of taking care of the interest of fellow lawyers, the interest of the public, the demand to uphold the rule of administration of justice, and you waver in doing that. It will surprise you to note that there are those amongst the list that I've set out who even sit on a daily basis to scheme and plan on how to make the work of law difficult, on how to make the work of the leadership of the Law Society difficult. And I speak because I know you are listening. It is your responsibility to advise the executive properly. It is your responsibility as a state council working to advise a cabinet secretary in accordance with the law. It is not incumbent upon you to sit in strategic meetings and to plan how to harm the operations of the Law Society, how to impair the practice of private practitioners. It is wrong. And let me remind you of what Feroz Narji, senior counsel, once said. Tyranny is so unoriginal. He proceeds to say further that the atrocities that were meted on the people of Kenya in the 70s, in the 60s, in the 80s and the 90s will happen again. They are, you are experiencing them. It is for that reason that you need to be steadfast. You need to be vigilant. You need to make a choice whether to trade in hams and parole over premium. On my part, I will tell you that I've gone through this time without number. I've experienced it. They will try to infiltrate your leadership, Chairman Theory. The people you trust most will end up betraying you. But do not care. Because in every 12 people, Judas Iscariot. Those are not my words. Those are the words of Dr. Gibson Kamau Kuria, Senior Counsel. But perhaps you may be fortunate. The total number of your council is 10. So you may not have a traitor. But even if there is, accommodate them. Ensure that they help you in delivering on behalf of the Law Society of Kenya, Nairobi. We have, as the national office, set up certain projects to enable you as practitioners enjoy the maximum benefits under Section 4 of the Law Society of Kenya Act. What have we done? During this pandemic period, we caught and obtained an order that designated advocates as essential service providers. For you to benefit this facility and service, you need in the list of members of the Law Society of Kenya. And to facilitate that, we have ensured that we have webinars online, which will allow you advance your knowledge and also to apply and qualify for a practicing certificate. May I therefore encourage you to take these opportunities, ensure that you are compliant. Yes, the economy is bad, but it will be better. What is important right now is just to ensure that you are alive and you'll be there to continue when we return to normalcy. But if you fall to a lull, if you don't have a practicing certificate, if you don't have an essential service provider card, you will not move from one point, you will not be able to deliver legal services, you will not be able to make an income, you will not be able to participate in the development of the rule of law and the administration of justice. It has been very difficult for most of us to practice law because the courts were closed. We've had several discussions with the judiciary to ensure that even we deal with the interim problem through the online platform. We have a digital registry will benefit public practitioners for a long period of time to go. We have experienced several hurdles in this exercise, and we will always call upon you as members to come out in defense of what your leaders are doing. Because the responsibility that these 10 have taken is a heavy responsibility. They're not paid a salary. They are volunteered to serve. You are entitled to evaluate their performance. You are entitled to critique doing. But always remember that leadership is a calling. No one takes the responsibility of sitting here. Yes. 10 people you see in front of you have a calling. The people you see this side have a calling. Assist them to do that. Friends, they said they will help you. They didn't help you before. Be careful in the manner in which they want to help you. And Mr. Eric Theory, remember the ultimate responsibility rests with you. You are the part of the branch. You are the coxswain of this boat. You'll always get the best support from your council members if you provide the best of the direction needed for your job. Lawyers have in the recent past become very unpopular for many reasons, because we've insisted that we want the executive to comply with courts. We besieged the executive to swear in the 41 judges who are recommended for appointment by the Judicial Service Commission. Is there anything wrong in what we're doing? Tell me. If the Act says the responsibility of the Law Society of Kenya is to uphold the rule of law and the administration of justice? Where's the flow when we demand that court orders be obeyed? Where's the aggression when we beseech the executive to swear in the 41 judges? And we must speak with unison on these issues. Because if they target Charles, if they target me, if they target my vice president, or they target Chairman Eric Theory because we're speaking on your behalf, they're targeting all of us. And I'm not speaking in the realm of conjecture. We have seen them target many of us. We have seen them kill our colleagues. The government, because a policeman is an officer of the government. So always know that there's danger lurking in all the areas of our performance. But you need not fear, because you've been given a responsibility, first by God, and second by the people. The people will protect you. God will protect you as much as He will protect me. Going forward, we look towards having an inclusive work environment with the judiciary, where they will accept criticism and evaluation, because it is our responsibility to hold the judiciary accountable. And by same measure, it is our responsibility to defend the independence of the judiciary. That is very fundamental, because always remember that a judge or a judge is first a lawyer before he becomes a judicial officer. It is our responsibility to protect them. In the recent past, you've seen magistrates have been arrested, judges have been arrested. Why? We'll often be told it's in the pursuit of the war against corruption. But when you interrogate the issue deeply, you realize it's a weaponized mechanism to control the judiciary. And therefore, when the order was a few days before, the Chief Justice came out to state the position as provided for institution. Or came out to state the position. You saw the position that was taken by the Attorney General. What did he say? He said justice has misunderstood the purport of the executive order. Let me remind the Attorney General, one, an advocate of the High Court, two, a judge of the Court of Appeal, three, the Attorney General of the Republic of Kenya. The office of the Attorney General is an independent office within the Constitution. That independence demands the Attorney General, though the legal advisor to the President of the Republic of Kenya and the government, must give good advice. And I say this with a lot of authority, because those who came before me have always told me this: your responsibility as an advocate is to give advice. The obligation of the client is to instruct. If it is manifest from what you've seen as the conduct of the Attorney General, that he has given good advice, but the advice has been disregarded, come to his defense. But if the Attorney General misadvises the executive, and in particular the President, then it is our obligation to ensure that we hold him accountable. This we must do. There's been a clamor for constitutional change in Kenya. It has been said that we have a constitutional moment. Is it a constitutional moment? Have you felt the heartbeat of the need to change the Constitution? What is the problem with the Constitution? Is it an issue of implementation, or is it an issue of reform? How have we dealt with this issue before? Was reform not preceded with a constitutional review process to check and understand pitfalls, if any, in the Constitution? Was it not succeeded with a conference where views of Kenyans were taken on a repressive capacity. Was it not then succeeded with an act of parliament before being taken to the referendum? Friends, these are fundamental issues that you must handle as advocates. Not expect anybody else to handle them. And you'll not be the first ones to deal with these issues. Those who have come before you dealt with these issues in environments more perilous than the prevailing. You remember at one point in time, during the clamor for multi-party democracy, the then of the law meeting fell into the danger of being jailed. Why? Because the Law Society took a position insofar as the constitutional process then was concerned. But right now, they don't want you to speak. Why do they not want you to speak? Because they know if you speak direction to the people of Kenya as to what is important. I remind you, friends, last year at the annual conference in August at the prime time, this issue was discussed by the membership. Whereas now we have resolutions at the annual conference. The unanimity of thought and ideas was this, that the problem that bedevils administration in Kenya is not one of reform, it's one of implementation. And there is no solitude insofar as this issue is concerned. If you read The Elephant this morning, Professor Yash Palgai has put his opinion on this matter. Senior Abdikadir has given his opinion on this matter. Of course, many people will not want to speak. Remember that famous line that, my Lord, I appear for the applicant. I seek a conservatory order against the direction of the Cabinet Secretary Interior. My Lord, my client supports BBI. It's not a joke. Well, if it's a joke, it's a very serious joke. Because it has become the norm today that if you contradict what the administration has in mind, even if you're right, then you must be targeted. I want us to be targeted. We will not be the first ones to be targeted. Because if you're not targeted, it means you're not performing your duty. On my part, at the national level, I promised to perform my duty. And when I ran for office, I told you, vote me in, not because you like me. I have a very ugly face. Vote me because you know I'll be prepared to do that which is right at the correct time. Of course, there are those in our midst who are still feeling like orphans. I encourage you not to feel like orphans. We are all one. Let's not engage in bickering. Let's engage in development. Let's make progress. Let's ensure the people of Kenya with proper guidance, legal advice, and direction on the constitutional process. Professor Kivuta Kibwana is no longer there. He's in elective politics. If you are here, you will have helped us. Dr. Gibson Kamau Kuria is here. But why do you want Dr. Gibson Kamau Kuria to come and speak, yet he spoke 30 years ago? Why do you want Honorable to come and speak? Spoke for you last years. It will be the duty if he now does not want to speak. History will judge you very unfairly if right now you are coerced, compromised, or you're cajoled not to speak. This is not my day. This is the day for my very good friend, Eric Theory. Theory, the opportunity is now here. If you write the word opportunity is now here, it can also be read as opportunity is nowhere. It all depends with how you perceive it. And obstacles are the things you see when you remove your eye from the target. Don't remove your eye from it. Perform diligently and gallantly as we've known you. The national office will always be there to assist you. And we also want you to be there to assist the national office. There are several development projects which we've put in place, which will require our concerted effort. One of these projects, which is very fundamental, is develop the Tanga Road. I want us to develop the Tanga Road in a lifetime. Do you know the property on Mombasa Road was acquired? It was acquired during the tenure of retired Court of Appeal Justice GBM Kariuki as chairperson. It was in the 80s. How many he won in 1985? Charles, you were born in it, right? I think you were born in 1970. We were so the only two people in this gathering who were born in 1985. No, few more. Or they refuse to raise their hands. They are there. Well, again, they're born before they. So the property has not been a period of time. We need to make a decision. How best do we deal with these two properties? And because Nairobi branch is the branch that is the headquarters of the Law Society of Kenya, we depend upon you substantially. I do not propose this time to come and tax the members to enable us develop this property. I want us to look for ways in which we can look and find money. Even if we'll have Sir Charles buy, even if we'll have somebody buy a seat, a window, let's do it. Let's do it within our time. Let's leave a map. I don't know whether the President of the Republic of Kenya has set aside the curfew. If he has set aside the curfew, I invite you for dinner at a place where we'll choose. If he hasn't, we'll wait until such a time as we'll be able to gather a meal together and have a drink. God bless you, friends. God bless the Law Society of Kenya. God bless the Nairobi branch. May you prosper in the next 2 years and the many years to come. So much.
Allow me to now request the chair of the Law Society of Kenya, Eric Theory, to come and address members and to give you in a snapshot part of his agenda for 2020 to 2022. Karibu Theory.
Thank you so much, Chairman Emeritus, President of the Law Society of Kenya, Vice President Caroline Kamende, the council members of the Law Society, representatives Nairobi and the upcountry representative, the Chairman Emeritus, outgoing Chairman, Chadama, Vice Chair, who was also warrant for the Nairobi branch, Ms. Paula Njuguna, the outgoing members of the NLSK Nairobi Branch Council. I do note that we are virtual, so for all of us, colleagues, friends, and colleagues who've joined us on the virtual platform, say good afternoon. This is a very historic day. One usually you hardly get the opportunity to speak after the president has spoken. And two, we were making a joke that the president had to wait for our AGM to be over. The president of the country had to wait for this AGM to be over so that he could address the nation. This is a very significant event, just as we wait for news of whether the curfew is going to be lifted or not. And at the onset, I want to thank the branch, the leadership of the branch for hosting us through this virtual. I think there can be no further demonstration that we can conduct our business and conduct it well virtually. So this is a call and it's a challenge to the judiciary to step up and get to this level. Because we've been able to meet within acceptable measures of social distancing. Our members have been able to join us. And I think if we look at the challenges that we are facing with the current system and learn from this experience, we can enhance the manner in which we access justice at this time. The responsibility that has been bestowed on all of us as lawyers, not even as of the society as lawyers, is to always ensure that there is access to justice. And right now, what is happening is not right. You file a certificate, by the time you get those orders, the harm that was intended to be stopped has already happened. We do appreciate that there have been progress, there have been movement, and we've been able to be able to access the courts remotely. But we need to always look at that system, criticize it with a view of trying to make it much more efficient than it is. So it has to be a system of continuous improvement. I do know that in this time of transition, perhaps the outgoing team has certain legitimate fears whether some of the good work which they have done will be continued. And the most difficult part about taking over any job that was being done by Charles Kanjama is that he is so thorough in what he does, so that it is a huge challenge. But that is also the most exciting part about it. That you get into an institution that is well oiled, that is sparring at the maximum, that you do not need to change so much. You just need to engage and get a higher gear. And I want to assure Charles Kanjama, Chairman Emeritus, and the outgoing team that we will sustain the good work which you have done and look at improving that which you did not do very well. And we've spoken severally, and I'm sure that I do have your support on that. The president of the Law Society, you have a difficult job. You come into office at a time when the political environment headed towards an election for a lot of mischief from politicians. Whereas as the branch, we will be focusing on matters related to practice and welfare, but we do know that if the country takes the wrong direction, then it does affect our practice. Because if there is ability, if there is no obedience, it affects our work and it affects our bottom line. So on that, you have our unequivocal support. We will support you 100%. Because in doing that, you won't be looking after our welfare. We take office difficult at a time when we are all dealing with the ravages of the COVID-19 pandemic. It has not been easy, and it will not be easy, because the challenges have manifested themselves in various aspects. It has affected the way we practice, and in my view, fundamentally affected the way we earn our bread. And from those effects, to be able to, in the responses that we have taken, the responses that are beneficial and that we can carry forward to ensure that we practice in a much smoother, much more efficient manner. So we will be looking at the interventions that have been made right now and look at those that we can sustain for the future. We have to look at the online platform. What is good about the platform be sustained for the future? We have to relook how we handle our pre-trial processes. So we'll be engaging the judiciary on that discussion, so that going forward, we need to maintain an online cause list and a cause list for the actual court attendances. I'm also glad that in the coming week, we'll be having a discussion with the judiciary with regards to upscaling. We have seen the reports that have come out, and we are looking forward to that discussion. We are hopeful that we should be able to get resolutions on how we are going to upscale. And I'm particularly delighted that we've had a very successful, because when we go to that table, we would be going with the confidence that we have held a virtual forum, and that forum was quite successful, and there are lessons from which you can pick, and we can discuss with the judiciary with a view of seeing how we are going to upscale. The challenges arising from COVID-19 have also not been easy on matters welfare. And to that extent, we'll be looking at setting up programs that will help to raise awareness, how to deal with issues like stress, anxiety, depression, reliance on alcohol and drugs for purposes of alleviating the current stressful period that you're going through, and also how to reposition our businesses for growth, how to automate, what you can do, what tools are there, free tools that are available for automation, so that then we are able to progress. We'd also be working very, very closely with the Vice President of the Law Society on the social welfare initiatives that have been put in place, so that we see how we can come in to give a safety net to some of our colleagues who are having challenges.
And everyone is having challenges at a different level. So we need to sit together, interrogate those challenges, and then see what we can reasonably provide in the circumstances. I'm also particularly happy that the branch has set up a legal aid scheme. And if you just look at what has happened during the of measures, it tells you how big a job we have. Matters relating to rule of law, we are still far cry from the ideal. So there is a lot of work. And I think there is a lot of merit in those who say that we have to increase the amount that the branch has provided. But also, the most important thing is to first appreciate the gesture. Then we get rolling. And even for the little that will be available, it should be able to serve something, because right now there is nothing. So as we go along, hopefully we will be able to attract other partners. And one of my key agendas would be to enhance our strategic partnerships and collaborations, so that then if we are looking at for example, the legal aid scheme, then we should be able to attract partners that are going to hold our hands and work together with us. We are also going to do quite a bit on CSR, and CSR is to be targeted at the partners whom we work with for purposes of enhancing the relationships that we have with them. So we'll be looking closely at the police lines, where those police officers stay, and looking at what we can do. We'll be looking at the prisons, we'll be looking at the institutions. Because one of the places where there is a lot of injustice, actually in relation to children. The way the justice system treats our children is a far cry from the ideal. So we'll be looking at all that and coming up with CSR activities that then add the value to the partnership and the relationships that we have with the police, with the prison warders, and the institutions that take care of our children. One item which has been and which probably will be in our incoming is the issue of the point for this, the issuance of the food point for this event. I have served in the CPD committee for a while, and I do know that we may have challenges with giving the half a point, because it is not within the structure. So we'll probably be asked council to relook that decision to be in harmony with the law. I understand what the branch wants to do in terms of trying to get attendance to our meetings. But what we should not lose sight of is that this branch is our home. It will only succeed if all of us come together, put our hands together, look for the solutions of the problems that are facing us. We have very useful interactions in the bar bench committees that exist right now, where we even have members of the judiciary. That sort illustrates how far we can go when we come together. Because when people have challenges and they raise those challenges and they look for solutions, then we go far. So what I would want to urge the members of the Nairobi branch is that very soon we'll be reconstituting our committees at the area in which you have a passion. If you are an expert, for example, in tax law, offer to give us your guidance and extend tax law. I have noticed, and which is shocking, is the level of experience and the diverse qualifications that our members possess. The other day, I was having a discussion with one of our senior lawyers who was nearly fully transited into therapy, because we were looking at how we can set up a social, an advocates wellness program. And when I was looking for people who can be resourced, I was told, talk to our colleague. Is a therapist. So we need those to come out, those skills to come out, that expertise to come out, so that we can tap in and improve our lot. So on matters practice, we will want to upscale the bar benches, and we are hoping that when we do about the reconstitution of those committees, that we are going to receive good response from people who are committed, from people who are willing to volunteer their time to ensure that we live a better practice than we did, because that is our responsibility. Our responsibility on this earth when we are alive is to try and give this place a better place than we found it. I take cognizance of the fact that we have been virtual and online for probably 3 hours or so, and we must probably be getting tired and back pains from sitting that long. I would not wish to make so many comments. I know that there would be an opportunity for us to interact so much more, but I think the long and short of it is that you should expect a branch that is going to be much more vibrant on matters of practice, much more on matters of welfare, and very, very strategic when it comes to our engagement with partners and stakeholders. I know that there's been a bit of concern that has been raised about getting the entire segment of the membership of the society to feel as one. There's been particular mention of members of the society. I do know that we have a provision for an advocate of over 20 years to sit in our council. And when nominations were called out, that position was not filled. So it is within our council to fill it. I can give my undertaking that we will be looking at filling that position, so that then we are able to get in and draw our seniors into the activities that we'll be running. I'm glad also we have a council member, Soila, representing in-house. So my pledge would be those two segments will not feel left out. We are going to be very robust in our engagement with in-house council, very robust in our engagement with senior members of our society. We have younger members of our society will be very robust. Look out for more quiz nights, look out for more football activities, look out for swimming activities, look out for running. We'll be having a lot of activities. So our tray is full. In fact, I don't even know how we are going to manage, because we have so much to do and so little time. But we are going to give it our very best, and we welcome you to support us. We welcome you to critique us constructively, and then together we can make this branch a better place than we have found it. I want to, I know I have not prepared my vice, but this is what happens. An advocate is always ready. So I want to invite you, Vice Chair, come and close this session and give us directions. I believe that we'll probably be having lunch this and a few other, what is it called? A vote of thanks. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen.
Afternoon once again. Even if she's always ready, that's proper. Thank you very much for all those who attended physically, for all who attended virtually. We are very, very happy that the turnout this time was a lot better than I think any other AGM that the Nairobi branch has held. Thank you very, very much for staying with us from the beginning to the end. Those who came in and out of the meeting, we thank you either way for your participation. Thank you to the outgoing council, first of all, and the incoming council. Looking for our 2 years together. Thank you to the Law Society of Kenya council members who graced us with their presence today. Thank you. We know Saturday is a day, even though we are under tough measures, but for you to spend your day with us, we are truly, truly grateful. Thank you to the President and the Vice President for joining us today. And your words are definitely things that we shall bear in mind, especially as we work on our agenda for the next 2 years. Thank you very much. And thank you, Charles Kanjama. I cannot forget to thank you because, well, together we have put this together. I don't think anybody thought it would work, but it has worked. And it's been an experience. Thank you very much for all of. I've thanked everyone. Thank the Secretariat, yes, for spending their weekend with us. Again, thank you very much for the effort you have put into making sure that this AGM actually works. I know things were done last minute, but thank you very much for your commitment and definitely your hard work. I would like to thank the hotel as well for hosting us today. Thank you, NLSK, for give fancy gadgets we're seeing in front of us. Thank you very much for the platform. We all up afternoon. Hopefully, we are hoping that it's being lifted anytime soon, right? Maybe we should practice as we wait for the lift. But you, yes, there will be food served. I can assure you. Yes. For those that we hope that you are enjoying your meal, virtually we shall be with you in spirit. Yes. And with that, I'd like to say thank you for coming and have a good afternoon. I believe we have to pray. Yes. Bow our heads. Almighty Father, I would like to thank you for this AGM today, that we've had peaceful deliberations. We thank you for all the members who've been able to join us physically and virtually for their participation and contribution and to making this a successful annual general meeting. We pray all our members throughout the 2 counties and the country generally, and also in this time when we are facing extremely tough conditions in our practice and in our livelihoods, we pray for your guidance and your mercy, and that we may be able to see it through to the end, at the end of it, and have come out having learned something. I pray all this in your loving name.
Amen.
Amen.